All right, you and I are diving into a world where high above the clouds sits 𝒏𝒊𝒂, the 10th strongest sentinel of the divine kingdom. Looking over the ledge, the knight spots something moving, frozen in pure disbelief at the sight right in front of him. A mere human was walking toward the sacred peak. Drawing his blade, the knight bellows for the boy to stop. This holy ground is forbidden. In a literal heartbeat, the boy strolls right past the holy guard, casually telling the sentinel to go fetch his master instead. Down below, a group of highborn nobles wonders if the sleeping 𝒊𝒂 had actually been struck. Fixing their gaze on the intruder, the knights command him to halt, declaring this realm is only for the immortal lords of the sky. They claim humans who dare enter must die, but with one single punch, the High Knight is sent flying through the air. His comrade tries to pin the boy down with an arrow, seemingly landing a direct hit, but when he looks, the kid has already vanished. Seconds later, that crazy lad is already hovering over the guards. As he falls, a shimmering portal rips open right beside him. Another knight lunges out to strike, but the boy dodges with zero effort, hitting the holy warrior right where it hurts. Wait for it, this mage knight starts chanting in a forbidden tongue, swearing he will end the boy's life right then and there. But the kid just cracks him over the head, shattering the knight's sacred mask into a million pieces. Hitting the ground, the cocky boy starts climbing the grand stairs, shouting for the High Lord to face him. Suddenly, an entire legion of holy soldiers begins marching down. Towering behind them was a massive, mountain-sized sentinel knight. The giant stares down our hero, asking if he is the savage running wild through the sky. Stepping toward the boy, the colossus declares he cannot let such disrespect stand. But as he swings, the giant's jaw drops, because that insane kid just grabbed his massive foot with his bare hands. With a terrifying heave, he starts pulling the giant, using pure, raw strength to toss him right into the soldiers. Another knight in the distance admits the boy fights well, noting that for a simple human, his skill is absolutely legendary. Then Lord Regariel appears, the 5th strongest blonde knight in the realm. He sneers, saying a lowly human could only hope to get this far. He mocks the boy, asking if he could even step closer. Suddenly, our protagonist taps into a hidden power. A vivid green aura erupts around his body. The High Knight is stunned. Within a fraction of a second, the kid is standing right behind him. With just one casual finger, the boy flicks the powerful lord's forehead. Rolling away like a ball, the knight is completely out cold. He gasps that the legends are real. This boy truly is a hybrid. He warns the boy that if he wants to move forward, he will have to fight his way through. Without a hint of pity, the boy begins to step over his fallen foe, but the knight has one more question. He asks why he is turning such incredible power against the heavens. Let's pause for a second. Look at that face. The boy warns him this is only the start. He plans to destroy this entire world. The knight asks why once more, and the boy replies they took everything from him. To him, this isn't just war, it is absolute justice. Suddenly, we are back in a simple manner. Our hero wakes up gasping, wondering what kind of crazy dream he just had. Lately, these visions have been haunting him, feeling as if he were truly clashing with the high knights of the sky. Just then, crackling sparks of electricity start dancing across the boy's fingers. He wonders why his skin is crawling with this strange sensation, like lightning is rushing through his veins. That is when his mother walks in. She asks if he is finally awake, carefully checking if his body feels off or if any strange changes have started to manifest in his system today. The boy just says he feels fine. As he climbs out of bed, she tells him to wash up and eat. In the kitchen, he finds his father busy. Sneaking up behind him, the boy says good morning. Startled, his father begs him never to do that again, leaving the boy very confused. When the man turns around, he realizes it is just his son. He asks if he wants some breakfast toast. Soon, the protagonist is getting ready for his school day. His father insists he eat first, but the boy says he is going to be late for class. Then his father mentions it is the boy's 19th birthday and a grand party is planned tonight. Later, he heads out, wondering why his parents are being so weird. His parents had always been kind and supportive before. But now he is 19 and still stuck in high school. They should be pressuring him to study for his finals. He tells himself today is the day to stop messing around and work. Checking the clock, he sees the time is ticking away. If he does not hurry, he will definitely be late, so he chooses to take a shortcut through the alleys. Suddenly, his body feels light as air. You and I just saw a legend wake up. As he sprints past two thugs, well, things are about to get wild. Stick with me. We are about to see a regular schoolboy dive headfirst into a legendary and dangerous new destiny. The brute is baffled, wondering how a simple bump just sent him flying through a brick wall. His partner steps up, demanding to know if this scrawny kid is truly the one who just wrecked his friend. Jay keeps it cool and offers a quick apology, insisting that he never meant to cause trouble. He is shocked to see the man bleeding from a tiny nudge, but then a holy light descends. An angel appears from the glow while Jay pays the thug off, warning him that if he ever returns to this place, he is dead. As the young man turns to leave the alley, the angry brute tries to kick him down. The thug is stunned to find the boy is hard as iron, and Jay stumbles into someone. A girl catches him, claiming she finally found her target. It is the angel from before. Now watch this. She claims to be his guardian angel and declares that she can never forgive these lowlifes for laying a single finger on her charge. From what she can see, these thugs are just pure garbage. She decides they need a lesson and instantly vanishes, reappearing right behind the two massive brutes. In a flash, she delivers a brutal kick, followed by a heavy punch and a vicious uppercut. With the thugs cleared out, she checks on Jay, but he has no idea who she is. She introduces herself as Ya, simply reading the name tag pinned to his school blazer for proof. She scans his stats and calls them average, while Jay wonders if they met in a game. She insists she is here as his celestial support, because she is a literal angel. But Jay tells her he quit gaming to find a real hobby outside of digital worlds. He points out that games and reality are different. She keeps talking about some legendary battle in the celestial kingdom of Valhalla, but Jay has to rush off immediately so he won't be late. She can tell he is getting annoyed with all her divine chatter. She shifts into a school uniform, claiming he possesses the true virtues of an angel. Sometime later, a teacher at the school introduces that same angel to the class, and she introduces herself to everyone as Miss Park. She scans the room for the perfect spot and chooses the empty desk right next to Jay. Every student is dazed by her beauty as she smiles, happy to have tracked him down again. Despite her bright smile, Jay chooses to completely ignore her. He finally realizes she is the angel, asking why on earth she is stalking him at school. You and I are about to see him realize he is a 1-in-a-million hybrid. He is shocked to hear the term 𝒏𝒄, a being with power that surpasses even the gods. She slides him a rare card, explaining that such a high rank is almost impossible to find. Jay thinks she is just a gaming addict, but she insists his physical body is finally awakening. She promises he will soon possess godlike abilities, but Jay just goes back to his notebook drawing. His teacher spots the sketch and tells him to take his art a bit more seriously. Later on the court, Jay kicks a ball so hard it rockets straight into the basketball hoop. A teacher watches in disbelief, asking why he is playing basketball with a soccer ball like that. Soon enough, we are back inside. Everyone is napping after lunch, but Jay stays focused, determined to keep his head in the books. The teacher notices his effort, but asks why he is studying English during a history lesson instead. Jay feels a strange shift in his body, but Ya tells him he still feels incomplete because his hybrid powers are not fully awakened yet. He looks at his work and realizes everything feels completely wrong. Ya tells him that even as a hybrid, he must still master human knowledge to fully evolve. If he wakes up, he could overcome any wall and become an 𝒏𝒊𝒏. That is a supreme being who stands above all gods. Because he is a hybrid, he will eventually surpass even the gods, and Ya is here specifically to help him awaken that massive power hidden deep inside him. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to watch a regular student get tossed into a total nightmare. A mysterious knight is shocked the boy dodged, but Alara just calls him an absolute idiot. Alistair wonders if a guardian angel should really be talking like such a common thug. Alara tells him this fool is daring to challenge them, so he needs to strike back. She tells him to focus and treat this guy like he is just swatting a fly away with his fist. All he had to do was knock the man senseless without actually killing him. Alistair is sweating, though, convinced he does not stand a single chance against a trained warrior. Alara insists he needs to believe in his own strength. Suddenly, the knight lunges forward to attack the boy. He dodges in a blur, giving the man a light push while begging him to stop. But that tiny push is pure destruction, launching the guy across the castle. In the next room, a noble is confused why a body just flew through his wall. Alistair is stunned, looking around for where the man landed. A massive brute appears, demanding to know if this kid just wrecked his friend with one hand. Now watch closely, because Alara quickly rushes over to the fallen man to cast a powerful healing spell on him. The knight stands up fuming, swearing he will make Alistair pay for that. Even then, the poor boy is still pleading for them to just stop. The man throws a heavy punch, but in less than a second, he is sent flying again. Once more, Alara heals the guy, and like a total fool, he charges straight back at Alistair. With a terrifying glare, Alistair watches him approach, warning the brute to stop hitting people before he really loses his cool. Alara uses her magic to grab the man and heal him once more, finally bringing him back to his senses. Alara asks if Alistair is holding up all right, but the boy is confused why his entire body is tingling. She gasps, realizing his eyes have already turned a demonic red. Meanwhile, the other brute demands to know how he dared touch his comrade. Alara triggers her healing magic again, while the two enemies just stare each other down in a tense standoff. Alara turns around and uses a spell to fix the shattered masonry. Alistair just stares, wondering why the wall exploded. She explains his powers awakened way too fast. Grabbing his shoulders, she tells him he needs to listen to her very carefully. She warns that the legions of hell will be coming for him, now that his dark aura has finally manifested. They have definitely sensed a half-blood awakening, and honestly, she never expected such a massive surge of dark energy this early. Somewhere nearby, a dark figure stops and asks who just released that wave of pure evil mana. A group of rogues is gossiping about a woman heading to the academy to find a young noble student. The woman looks back, wondering who is there. A man with a piercing gaze tells her she is in exactly the right place. Looking at the boy, the other man senses he is actually a demon. The man asks if this academy is a portal to hell, while the other demands his name. He laughs, introducing himself as a high demon named Baron. We both know this lady is clearly hiding something very sinister. She asks if he is a demon too, revealing she is the local debt collector for this kingdom, a demoness named Lady Vane. Baron asks if she is some kind of idiot. She snaps back that it does not matter how she makes her coin. The truth is the truth, and she asks why he is so grumpy at their meeting. He mocks her for being a low-rank demon. Pissed off, she decides it is time to use her special trick. Her own minions panic, knowing even they cannot control her once she shifts into her true, terrifying form. She starts chanting a curse, promising that the boy will be so terrified his entire body will simply freeze up. Baron realizes she is trying to transform and thinks this might actually be a bit of fun. Then a totally humiliating scene happens as she asks if he will hit her. That was her plan all along. She thinks anyone who sees her face will want to punch her, and if they do, she wins. They would be guilty of assault and have to pay her massive fines. Even her own guards are losing it, wanting to strike her. She is a demon who drains people of their gold using this twisted scam, and she is betting Baron will fall for it. She asks if he is going to take a swing at her. The demon just watches her coldly. Suddenly, We are back with Alistair as he runs for his life. Alara asks why he is sprinting away, and the boy shouts that just yesterday, everything was totally normal. He was a simple student, but now this strange spirit appears and ruins his entire life in a single day. Alara insists she is his guardian angel, but Alistair honestly could not care less about that right now. Finding an angel at a night academy makes zero sense, especially since he is apparently a half-blood. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he handles this impossible destiny. Alara says that while these changes are terrifying, she is here to guide him because his fate is already sealed. All right, you and I are about to see this boy get the shock of his life. The girl simply smiles, claiming that is just how human students act when they share the same academy. Frustrated, Julian turns to leave, but she stops him, reminding him that today is his 19th birthday, and she just wants to offer her blessings for the day. Julian asks how she could possibly know his birth date, but she explains she is his true celestial guardian in every way, so knowing such personal details is simple for her. If a celestial being blesses you today, you might just get everything you ever desired. Julian accepts, but on one condition: his father must never find out she is actually a divine creature. The shock would be too much, and besides, this is the very first time he has invited anyone home. The girl agrees instantly, insisting they head to his family estate right this second to celebrate his big day. In a flash, they leap into the sky, the girl promising that they will arrive before anyone notices them. Meanwhile, the dark demon watches from afar, laughing about how cute and naive the little celestial girl really is. Suddenly, a searing pain strikes her, like a cursed blade piercing her very soul. Furious, the knight demands to know what was done to his kin, but the demon just scoffs at him. They collapse to the earth, the demon claiming he was being gentle, while Alara spots a bolt of holy lightning tearing through the clouds. Pay attention here, the angel has finally been exposed. He mocks her for failing to hide her tracks, a basic rule of war, as the duo finally reaches the gates of the family manor. Julian asks if she really plans to show off such magic. But she is too thrilled, since it has been ages since she was invited to a proper royal birthday feast. He warns her again to stay hidden as they enter the house, where his father greets him after a long day of study. Suddenly, the girl steps forward, introducing herself to the surprised old man. The father seems to recognize her divine aura, asking what she is doing, but she tells him to hush. He asks if this is his first birthday guest, and the boy admits it was the only thing he wanted this year. Julian is shocked to see a royal cake, since his father usually only serves basic bread and soup. His father says this 19th year is special. Julian looks over, wondering if his father hired a servant or ordered more food for the night. I know what you're thinking, that demon is here. He claims he is a new student who has come to celebrate the boy's big day. Both the angel and the father freeze in terror, sensing the dark presence now standing in their own kitchen. Julian asks how he can celebrate when they do not even know each other. The stranger smiles, saying they will be close friends soon enough, so a head start is only natural. Terrified, the father tells the youths to go outside while he checks the oven, but Julian insists on going upstairs to change his dirty tunic first. The moment he leaves, she strikes. She demands to know why demons are hunting a 19-year-old boy who has not even seen a proper battle yet. The demon laughs, stating that 19 is the most vital age of all. Today is the day of his first awakening, triggered by a wave of pure malice that granted him some extremely powerful and godlike abilities. Julian returns to find the wall shattered. He calls out to the girl, demanding to know what exactly happened here. He tells the guest that if he came to celebrate, he should stop breaking things. The demon waves a hand, turning the debris into a cage, then quickly fixes the wall back to its original state. The angel warns that Julian has a pure soul, so the demon must keep things civil today. He claims she is stuck in the past, as modern demons prefer a much more subtle approach. He produces a gift, saying it is the very least a guest can do for a birthday boy. He opens it. Inside is a glowing orb, and the demon asks if Julian wants to see his destiny. The boy agrees, and the dark magic begins to swirl inside. The prophecy shows two paths. He will either become a cruel overlord or the most merciful of saints. Leaning in, the boy tries to see his own fate. The image is clear, but the demon casts a spell, telling him to look again at the dark shadow of malice creeping over his own reflection. And that's our cliffhanger, folks. Stick with me, we are dropping into a clash where a celestial is furious at a demon. 𝒊𝒏 claims even angels manipulate those who have not fully awakened. The girl insists Julian belongs to the light, swearing she will not let the demons claim a power this massive. 𝒊𝒏 growls that if she strikes again, he will show zero mercy. Then, he turns his gaze back toward our main character. Julian tells them to cut it out, terrified of what might happen if his father catches them causing all this chaos inside. Right then, Julian's mother steps through the front door. Suddenly, the house feels a whole lot more crowded as they arrive. 𝒊𝒏 notes she is late, but the mom looks stunned. It turns out she actually knows this demon from her past. She welcomes the guests, and the father announces it is finally time to get the boy's birthday celebrations started. Watch closely. A strangely dull aura settles around the poor boy as he sits there. The father stands up to light the candles, asking if anyone has a light. 𝒊𝒏 immediately obliges, using magic to wrap his own hand in a searing demonic flame. Julian just stares, asking why a fellow student would even be carrying a lighter around. Meanwhile, the angel decides to set the mood with some music, softly wishing Julian a happy birthday. Whispering to his wife, the father notes that Julian has finally reached his 19th year. It is no surprise both heaven and hell showed up for this. They agree their son can never know their true identities. Then, Julian calls out to them. He thanks them for the party, hardly believing 19 years have already flown by since he was born. He prepares to make a wish. The angel wonders what his future holds, impressed by his pure soul in such a dark world. She thinks he is perfect angel material. Moments later, the young man finishes his wish and goes to blow out the candles. With one breath, the candles literally go flying across the room. Looking over the city, his parents feel relieved. Julian picks up a knife, ready to finally slice into the cake. You saw that too, right? 𝒊𝒏 recalls a legend from the dead realms who was not even a hybrid, yet woke up with terrifying strength. That man used a dagger to cut his cake and accidentally scarred the entire Scarlet Realm, wiping out every living soul on the planet in an instant. Back in reality, Julian has already finished cutting the cake and hands a piece to his father. They whisper about the situation. There is no sign of awakening yet, even though it is supposed to happen on this exact day. They worry about his wish. Could it be to conquer the kingdom or completely destroy the natural world? But Julian is not like that. He is more likely to wish for universal peace or the total end of all evil. His father asks what he wished for, but Julian just hesitates, wondering if he really has to say it out loud. He says he finally understands everything. What he wants is something he has been holding back for his entire life. At that moment, 𝒊𝒏 is busy analyzing Julian's spiritual stats with his demonic sight. Julian admits part of him wanted to awaken every ability and grasp ultimate power for himself. But another part of him wanted something totally different. Now, he has decided to walk a path he never even considered before today. The weak, foolish boy is dead. From now on, he vows to study harder than anyone else in the realm. He wants to get into the Royal Academy and work for the High Council. Everyone listens, feeling totally let down. Suddenly, the very ground beneath their feet begins to tremble violently. His father and the angel are actually thrilled with his choice. Then, 𝒊𝒏 shoves Julian's face into the cake, calling it a friendly joke. But his father is furious. That was the first cake he ever baked, and 𝒊𝒏 is going to pay for ruining it. 𝒊𝒏 complains that there is cake all over his expensive clothes, and heads to the washroom to clean himself up. Analyzing the stats again, the demon realizes the boy is not even at the level where he can dodge a basic attack. He starts plotting a way to force the kid into his first real awakening. 𝒊𝒏𝒆 points out that Julian has not grown demon wings yet, but the angel argues that the boy will definitely awaken with wings of light. They end up making a bet on which wings will appear first. Suddenly, 𝒊𝒏𝒆 senses a massive wave of pure evil nearby. A true apex hybrid possesses both sets, and it is entirely up to Julian to decide which power he will actually use. To trigger an awakening for a hybrid like him, you need the combined force of both light and dark waves. But the girl disagrees, insisting he will awaken using nothing but an absolute wave of pure goodness. Since they cannot agree, they decide to compete and push Julian to choose one of their sides. On one hand, you have an angel guiding him toward the light, while on the other side, there is a demon waiting to drown him in shadows. And trust me, you and I are about to see if his mother can really let him go. His father mentions they can finally go back to the manor, but they both know that bridge is already burnt. All right, you and I are about to see our hero realize the truth as he scrubs down, feeling something strange sprout from his spine. Later on, the lad gets his gear ready for another long day at the Royal Academy. Glancing down, he spots a satchel full of gold and wonders who left such a massive fortune behind. Meanwhile, a girl nearby is frantically searching for her coins, crying that it was the academy fees she worked to save. Seeing her distress, the boy feels a spark of pity, unable to just walk away from someone in such a desperate spot. He hands the satchel back to the lady, telling her that this gold belongs to her. Tears streaming down her face, the girl thanks Julian for his honesty. He simply shrugs it off, saying he did the honorable thing. She calls him a literal angel, but as she checks the bag, something starts to feel just a little bit off. She asks why only a single coin remains, but Julian is already sprinting away, taking his reward for being a hero. Arriving at the academy, Julian sees that the heavy iron gates are already locked tight. The protagonist figures he has been in this mess before, and surely the headmasters would understand if he just explained his situation. Meanwhile, 2 other noble girls are trying to charm the guard into letting them pass through the gates. They claim they were delayed by trouble on the road, while Julian uses the distraction to scale the high stone walls of the school. He slips past the master completely unseen. Now pay attention, because he thinks he is safe until the master turns around and asks exactly what the lad is doing up there. The young man quickly points toward the gate, shouting that students are out there eating during class time. Furious, the teacher storms off to punish them while Julian sneaks away, wondering if he has the soul of a demon inside. Soon after, Julian is in his seat when the professor announces they have a strange new transfer student joining them. He warns them that this boy is from a distant land and knows nothing of our kingdom's high traditions, so be careful. However, the new arrival is none other than the demon Arthur. Introducing himself, the man claims he comes from the deepest pits of hell and serves as a messenger for the Dark Lord. As a celebration of joining the academy, he has prepared gifts that no mortal has ever tasted, a feast of spiced fire cakes from hell so incredibly hot they would melt a knight's tongue. Then, the demon offers one to the professors while the students dig in, gasping that the food is painfully hot, yet somehow absolutely delicious. Scanning the room, he spots Julian in the back and decides that is exactly where he is going to sit. Let's pause here, because as Arthur sits down, he tells the boy they meet again, while Julian realizes life just got more complicated. Serafina whispers that it was foolish not to change his name at the school, since he is still using his real identity. But the guy retorts that granting dark wishes is just what a demon does. While they bicker, Julian suspects they only found him to force his hidden powers to finally wake up. He wonders if he must accept this dark fate, worrying about how his life at the academy will turn out. If a girl decides she hates a boring lecture, he might end up burning the entire stone hall down for her or torching the trials room just to shock the examiners. Later on, the lady angel walks with the demon, asking what he has to say to her. Arthur asks why they cannot just drop the act in front of these mortals, leaving the girl totally confused. The man tells her to give up on the half-breed, but the angel refuses to back down with a sharp, piercing glare. The demon watches her closely, knowing she would not abandon her mission without a massive fight. He mocks her persistence, revealing that she fell right into his trap by following him into the shadows. Looking down, she realizes she is standing in a magic circle as heavy chains erupt to bind her tight. Walking away, the demon laughs that she will be stuck there for quite a while as he goes to make Julian choose. Meanwhile, a furious man wanders the halls, demanding to know why that demon keeps calling his name like that. Arthur jokes that everyone already knows he is a fool, but the boy threatens to kill him if he says it again. Then another massive brute pipes up, saying he is starving for some raw fish. Grabbing the lad by the collar, Julian asks what he thinks he is doing, but the brute says he is hungry while two girls watch from the window. And that is where we leave it, with Arthur laughing as the girls call him a fool, leaving us wondering about Julian's future. Wild, right? Stick with me. Another girl asks if the boy liked flowers. The demon reveals himself, bragging about how popular he was with women back then. She offers the beautiful blooms to him, but the boy just collapses. He is drowning in frustration and pure embarrassment, admitting that even with another strike, he simply could not win against his rival. He is completely broken. That is when the demon extends a hand to the boy. He offers the boy the power he craves, leaving him in total disbelief as he asks if such a thing is truly possible. Of course, there is a catch. He just has to strike a small bargain with the devil. The boy asks if he has to sell his soul, arguing that he simply cannot pay such a steep price for power. But 𝒊𝒂 is not interested in souls. He says that once the boy receives the power, his only task is to use it to execute his absolute revenge. Convinced, the boy agrees that he can do that. Accepting the offer, the demon transfers a dark fragment of his power into him. Thrilled, the boy feels the surging energy, declaring that he has finally become the strongest person in the entire world. The demon laughs, saying he is not world-class yet, but he is at least the strongest fighter in this local territory. Still, the man claims he is no longer a fool. Meanwhile, our protagonist is on a rooftop, contemplating his destiny and his path toward awakening his true power. It is a path filled with excitement and a legendary look, setting his inner passion completely ablaze. But watch closely, that is probably not the road he is meant to walk. Things are about to get different. In this moment, he decides to shatter every chain holding him back. Now, only total victory remains on his mind. He will shake the world to its core. But for now, academy grades are way more important than some useless superpowers. He will do anything to maintain a normal life, rejecting his grand destiny and sealing his power away. That is the quiet path he has chosen. Suddenly, that boy from earlier watches our hero with a lethal, threatening gaze from the shadows. He snarls that he has finally found him. Our hero just shrugs, saying he was out for fresh air, then asks how much studying it took to get those creepy red eyes. Without warning, the man throws a heavy punch at our protagonist. He yells that he is being treated like an idiot. Up on the roof, 𝒊𝒂 explains his plan to awaken the hero's wings by giving him some proper stimulation. Meanwhile, the angel Seraphina remains bound in chains, watching the trap unfold from the very top of the building. Nearly tossed off the ledge, our hero barely manages to keep his grip. You and I see he does not want trouble, begging the guy to stop since he hates fighting. But Julian says he would only be responsible if this were back in school. He will not stop now. After being humiliated by him, he is determined to have his absolute revenge right here. Seconds later, the man lunges forward and throws a punch. But effortlessly, Arthur just slips the blow. The sheer force of that missed punch creates a violent gust of wind. Our hero tells them to quit it, feeling a strange itch on his back. He figures Julian would not appreciate him mentioning something so weird right now. Watching them, 𝒊𝒂 thinks the hero is not living up to the hype. That pure appearance cannot possibly be his true nature. He assumes the heavens planted seeds of light in him, so now he must try to tear them out. Shocked, Julian shouts that far too much power is surging into him. He simply cannot control his own body as demonic horns begin to sprout from his head. In a flash, he lunges toward our protagonist and delivers a devastating punch. The young man admits that actually stung a bit as he grabs our hero, roughly by the collar. He strikes again, sending the boy flying back. He is impressed by the sheer scale of this amazing power. Suddenly, Seraphina appears, having finally broken her chains. She is not surprised, knowing that 𝒊𝒂 was relying on such dirty tricks. She kicks the demon hard, promising to recycle this trash. With one strike, that looming threat is completely shattered. She asks if he really thought he could trap her. The demon just admits she escaped much faster than he anticipated. She asks if he really expected such a weak seal to hold her, but the boy notes that she is clearly out of breath. Instantly, he vanishes and reappears behind her, mocking how weak she is when exhausted. Seraphina snaps back that he might only fool her once. But a second time will not happen, as she blasts the demon far away. She says a demon's tricks are obvious on the second try. Quickly, 𝒊𝒂 conjures another magic circle, striking the angel again. She scoffs that the demon really loves binding people. Then, he begins to advance toward her once more. Meanwhile, our hero insists he has no need for this energy. A massive explosion erupts as he repeats that he only ever wanted a normal life. The demon tells the girl to watch closely, as the boy's hidden power finally begins to manifest. You and I are watching his aura finally envelop his body. All right, you and I are about to dive into a story where a boy with insane strength is told to surrender his godlike power to a greedy, jealous, and arrogant knight. Cedric throws another heavy strike, but our hero's body is like solid steel, making the attacker end up hurting his own hand. With a single counterpunch, Arthur triggers a massive explosion that echoes all the way down to the streets below. Up on the tower roof, that blast left a massive crater in the stone. The knight is stunned by Arthur's raw power, but our hero begs him to stop because he hates fighting like this. 𝒊𝒂 notes his prediction was right. Combat is making the boy's ascension level skyrocket way faster than expected. Finally, the knight admits defeat. Arthur reminds him that dishonorable combat is beneath a true warrior of the kingdom. Turning his back, the boy is called a total amateur by the frustrated rival. The knight mocks him for dropping his guard, slashing at his shoulder, but the blade does absolutely nothing to him. Arthur calmly asks if he wants more. Suddenly, Isabella tries to jump in and stop the chaos from spreading. Arthur repeats that he's done with this, but Isabella charges forward, claiming peace is only for those who earn it by rejecting violence and fear. Elena, the angel, begs the boy to stay calm. As Arthur prepares to strike, he tells the man to learn his lesson. Elena blocks the hit, protecting the defeated knight from a potentially fatal blow. Pay attention here. 𝒊𝒂 is tracking a dark gauge that just hit 41%. As that number climbs, Elena's holy barrier begins to shatter under the pressure until it completely cracks. The girl quickly grabs Cedric, using her magic to escape the incoming impact of the attack. Arthur's quiet life is officially over. Elena realizes the boy is so strong that even her divine shields are useless against him. He charges again, slamming another fist into the angel's light barrier with crushing force. Elena shouts that it's enough, summoning a massive cross-shaped shield to stop the madness. The demon is thrilled by this rare ability, but the percentage keeps rising until that cross shield bursts apart. The shockwave sends Cedric flying, but Elena manages to catch him with her magic. She warns that his rage is making things worse. Arthur is shocked she saved him again. She asks if he's hurt, stunned that her strongest shield couldn't hold him back. If this keeps up, his soul will be tainted by darkness. Meanwhile, Arthur feels a strange sensation rising. A warm wave of energy surges in his chest, signaling a new ascension. This is his true destiny. But just as he feels something on his back, Isabella apologizes for what she's about to do. She stabs a blade into his back, claiming it's the only way to prevent a total disaster. Arthur thinks to himself that violence was never his path. He just wanted to lose. It turns out it wasn't a sword, but a magic straw meant to suppress his inner turmoil and heavy confusion. 𝒊𝒂 calls her a coward, but she refuses to stand by and watch him transform. You saw that too, right? Arthur is reaching his breaking point as the demon watches him finally erupt in a fit of pure, unbridled and dangerous rage. Elena tells him to listen to the voice of his heart. They all argue over his fate, while Arthur struggles with the urge to crush everyone in his sight during his confusion. The rival looks at Arthur and realizes he's a wall he can never climb, despite being the top student. Looking at his trembling hands, he sees the gap. Voices start flooding into Arthur's mind at the same time. He realizes this power wasn't something he chose. It just appeared in his life one day. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire castle as the air turns heavy and cold. 𝒊𝒂 sees the ascension rate dropping. Elena wonders if this is one of his rare hybrid abilities. Arthur decides he must throw away the power he cannot keep. Isabella reveals he's mastered a legendary detachment skill, allowing him to step down from his throne. Standing before Cedric, Arthur explains he's discarded that dark aura and found a new path. He offers a hand, asking if he's okay and suggesting they focus on studying for the Royal Academy exams instead of fighting. Tearfully, the knight is amazed that the boy truly forgives his past actions. He says sorry for his cruelty, and they finally become friends. Elena is purely relieved. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I just saw a powerful hero choose mercy and peace over absolute strength. Stick with me. You and I are about to witness the story of a boy with powers so pure, he seemed like a literal angel. While our hero Arthur waves farewell to his friend at the carriage station, he finally makes his way back to his family estate. He tells his parents he has never been happier, thanking them for every single thing they have done for him until today. Arthur vows to live a noble life from here on out, and his father could not be more proud of him. But his mother looks cold. The plan failed, and she believes there is no other choice but to take drastic action now. She mentions it has been ages since she buried that part of her past, and she never wanted to dig it up. Lady Elena reaches out to a mysterious contact, whispering their secret location, while a shadowy figure on the other end listens very intently. They accept her terms, promising to dispatch someone far more suitable to handle the situation for her immediately. Deep within the black abyss, in the most desolate cell of the infinite void, sat a prisoner trapped in total darkness. Now watch this. The abyssal butcher is being commanded to rise to the surface world, fulfilling the one dark desire he has always wanted. Back at the estate, Arthur's father is absolutely stunned, unable to process the betrayal unfolding right before his very eyes. The mother snaps that 19 years of waiting has failed. The father panics, asking what will become of their boy now. She just stares back coldly, asking if he has actually grown to love the child. She reminds him this was only ever a mission. Sentiment and humanity have no place in their grand design for the future. Lord Alaric begs her to stop before Arthur hears everything, but at that moment, the boy enters the room, demanding to know what they are discussing. Meanwhile, in the heart of the capital city, a terrifying creature claws its way out from the ground. It is the butcher himself, savoring the fresh air of the surface world for the first time in many centuries. He looks at the passing carriages, itching to crush them all and watch the entire city burn in total panic. But a voice commands him to focus. Complete the mission first, then he can tear this world apart however he likes. The demon agrees. His first target is the boy destined to become the ultimate hybrid of light and shadow. A carriage stands in his way, but in a flash of steel, the monster swings his massive blade, blowing the carriage apart and causing a terrifying explosion across the city. Back at home, Arthur's world crumbles as he asks the ultimate question: is he really not their son? His mother tries to play it off, claiming he misheard and that they were just discussing an old drama they saw. But Lord Alaric drops to his knees and confesses everything. Lady Elena stands there, paralyzed and completely shaken up by this. Arthur turns to his mother, asking if she truly feels nothing. Again, the woman offers only a deafening silence. Furious, Arthur tosses aside his noble mask and demands to know who, or what he actually is. Lady Elinor finally speaks, revealing the ancient history of a great war fought between the heavens and the abyss long ago. In the beginning, angels and demons were bitter rivals who could never, ever stand one another. That conflict raged for 1,000 years, eventually becoming a hollow, bloody cycle of death with no meaning left. Exhausted by the slaughter, the angels and demons finally proposed a solution to end the war, choosing a champion from each side for a final duel to decide the fate of their worlds. They swore to honor the outcome and finally put their ancient hatred to rest once and for all. You and I are thinking the same thing. Arthur demands she summarize this long story and explain what it actually has to do with his birth. She continues the story. The woman reveals that the chosen representative for the heavens was the archangel Seraphil, while the abyss sent the demon Prince Belial to clash in the trial of Valhalla. Lord Alaric shouts that Seraphil was his comrade, furious that she would even dare speak the holy archangel's name. But Arthur shuts him down. He needs to hear the rest of this. Centuries ago, the demon taunted Seraphil, asking if this was their first encounter, but the archangel vowed to purify his filthy mouth with the overwhelming power of holy light. And so, the ultimate clash began, with the pride of two entire species hanging in the balance. They fought for an eternity. Neither could gain the upper hand because they were perfectly matched in every single way. But then, the unthinkable happened, something no one saw coming. Mid-battle, a spark of passion ignited. These two sworn enemies actually ended up falling head over heels for each other. The armies watching from the sidelines were horrified as they realized the angel and demon were being drawn together. It was undeniable. This was not just a distraction. It was a raw, forbidden love between two opposing forces of nature. Ignoring the screams of their kin, they shared a passionate kiss that shattered every rule of their worlds. Trust me, you and I just watched the start of a total war. All right, you and I are about to see something absolutely impossible. Back in the present, the father argues that they should stop. He thinks Arthur is still far too young to hear the gritty details of this story until he is officially an adult. Returning to the tale, we find that a completely unexpected ending occurred. A child born of both heaven and hell was brought into this world, marking the birth of Arthur. However, his father urges them to keep listening because the story is far from over. Focusing back on that woman, the man asks what is happening in the kingdom, saying she should care more about development than just collecting debts. Looking aside, they see a demon standing there, ordering everyone to clear the path. But that woman is not having it, wondering if the girl would actually dare to follow such a monster. Then those two thugs appear, demanding the demon leave. They ask if he even knows who this woman is, assuming he is new to these lands. They decide it is time to teach him a very painful lesson. Pay attention here, because a sudden gale rips through the street, and in seconds, those two men are totally massacred. With a terrifying glare, the demon watches the noblewoman, warning her never to cross his path again. Suddenly, the young girl rushes toward the demon, asking if she can stay by his side. The demon agrees. He then asks for directions to the apartments, and the woman tells him he can reach them by heading through that narrow alleyway over there. However, the demon does not care for directions. With a single strike, he shatters the building, declaring that if there is no road, he will simply build one himself, the way of the strong. The girl is stunned, realizing this is the first time she has witnessed such overwhelming power. Annoyed, the demon reminds her that he told her to stay back. But the girl kneels, vowing to be his guide and asking if she can serve beneath him as his follower. The demon simply says that is fine. Meanwhile, Arthur is still arguing with his mother about the story, questioning if that was finally the end. The woman explains that the boy was significant from the moment he was born. His father adds that the news of a child born to Seraphina and Lord Baal spread like wildfire throughout the entire world, shaking both heaven and hell. It sparked rumors of the Harbinger, a legendary figure only mentioned in the most ancient prophecies. You saw that too, right? Is this legendary hybrid actually real, or just a 19-year-old human nearing his awakening? If so, whose side would this powerhouse choose? The legends of the ultimate hybrid were only written in ancient texts, with no guarantee he would actually become the savior the prophecies described. In the middle of the fight, a woman claims that if the man believes in those old myths, he has no right to hold that power. But the man insists he will stand by her, because the child was born of love and should be raised under the light and care of the angels. However, the demon father completely disagrees, and a massive fight between the two sides begins to break out. Arthur begs them to stop fighting and just tell the truth. Resuming the story, the demon says an angel's word can never be trusted. That is exactly why they had to negotiate. They formed a contract where both sides would raise the child until he turned 19. Any interference from the higher realms was strictly forbidden, unless it came from the designated guardians themselves. Setting the war aside, a sacred contract was signed for the first time in history between the forces of heaven and hell. Arthur's mother represented the demons, while his father served as the guardian chosen by the council of angels from the High Kingdom. Together, they had spent Arthur's entire life raising him in secret from the world. Stunned, the boy asks if that is really it. He realizes his entire life up until this moment has been nothing but a carefully constructed lie and a complete farce. His mother admits there is no other choice, saying that the peaceful life they knew is coming to an end. Meanwhile, that demon and the young girl continue their walk, noting they will arrive after they cross the next main street. As they cross the road, a massive truck nearly crushes the demon, but he destroys it with a single punch, causing a huge explosion. Witnessing his incredible strength, the girl realizes that he is an absolute monster. The demon then tells the little girl to keep moving forward. Watching from the shadows above, the angel cannot believe they actually summoned the great archfiend. Another demon agrees, annoyed that reinforcements were sent without even consulting him first. Even so, it was a clever move that might actually work in their favor. They were launching a full mental assault. The demon prepares to strike, wondering how the angel will protect Arthur now. The boy is deeply wounded in his heart, and soon, his very body will be completely destroyed. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. All right, stick with me. You are about to see the demon fail because the young lord is broken, and his heart is about to shatter. Enraged, Julian snaps, declaring he has been treated like nothing more than a pawn his whole life. Lord Malphaz watches that massive aura from the spire, impressed by Julian. He decides that once the boy is free, he will force him to serve as his ultimate dark subordinate. With plans to plunge the kingdom into chaos, the demon leaps toward the high tower. But Seraphina blocks his path, raising her divine shield and warning him he must go through her first. With one brutal strike, the demon shatters the barrier into dust. He mocks her for even trying to stop him, slamming her to the ground. Beaten, the girl gasps that she can no longer maintain her protection. In that instant, the Dark Lord looms over our young protagonist. He scoffs at Julian's small size, boasting he will become a legend by slaying this powerful apex hybrid with a single, crushing blow. Now watch closely. You and I are about to see Julian finally lose his cool. The hit is so powerful it shatters the man's mask, sending him flying right off the tower. Julian sighs, forgetting what he wanted to say, while his father suddenly declares he cannot take this anymore and must leave this place. But the young lord refuses to let him walk away. The man claims his duty ended on Julian's 19th birthday. He admits that despite being mere artificial constructs, they actually felt a shred of real affection for him. The woman coldly snaps that they were just servants meant to watch him until he turned 19. His father asks if he remembers being carried, swearing that despite the labor, he raised Julian like his very own flesh and blood. The girl warns he is only making things worse, but the man begs her to let him finish. Shocked, the demon remarks that the man's true nature is finally showing. As the shouting escalates, the two suddenly decide to divorce. Julian tells them to stop, tossing both of them out of the tower so they at least stop bickering in his presence. Let's pause here. You and I both know that an apex hybrid awakening like this can only mean one thing: total destruction. Down below, the crowd watches the commotion, and Seraphina warns they cannot let the commoners discover who they really are, especially our young protagonist. They have to restore the peace. But the demon scoffs, claiming he only destroys as he kicks the poor boy. Seraphina sighs, deciding to handle it alone. She hates that angels always clean up demon messes, but she has no choice but to try. Duty comes first, even if her body breaks. High above, she begins to weave her powerful magic. The demon drags his companion away, wondering why he should bother erasing memories of mortals who will die anyway. Suddenly, the demon ignites a massive circle of fire. He casts the boy into the abyss, telling him to greet the devil. Meanwhile, a blinding aura swallows the angel and the whole city. The confused crowd wonders what on earth is happening. A man on a bus thinks his vision of destruction was just a dream, while the people below the tower can't remember why they're even there. Momentarily, the exhausted angel begins to faint. The demon catches her, calling her tiresome. He realizes that if he drops her into the abyss right now, his problems are over. He would lose a rival forever. She was a fool to faint in front of a cold-blooded demon. He hurls her into the dark depths. Meanwhile, on the roof, the parents stare at Julian in pure terror. Julian stares at a photo, realizing his entire existence was a lie. Every single memory captured in those pictures is a complete fabrication. Everything he has ever experienced was just a carefully crafted illusion. His whole life was a calculation. It never occurred to him that his parents were nothing but actors. Nobody else noticed either. It just proves that these two played their roles perfectly while raising him. He takes both of their hands, thanking them for the care they gave him. Since they raised him so flawlessly that no one ever suspected a thing, their work was truly worth it. So they must stay as his mother and father. They protest, arguing they are only hired servants who were merely doing a job for their true masters. Julian begins to crush their hands, whispering that from this very moment forward, they will remain his parents, exactly as they have always been, because he absolutely refuses to be separated from his only family. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are definitely not ready for the war that's coming next. All right, you and I are heading deep into the abyss, where an angel is checking a strange compass. A dark messenger calls out to the man, claiming 5,000 shadows are raiding the pits, and he needs to return. But our man says there are 10,000 now, claiming he is different from angels and only moves if there is profit. He knows that once he truly falls from grace and becomes a devil, there is absolutely nowhere lower to go. He promises to get in touch when he hits rock bottom again, still bound by his celestial duties for now. Still bound by duty, he walks through the underworld, grumbling that every visit there is just one big mess after another. Not to mention the stench here is literally killing him. Suddenly, a pack of low-tier demons spots him. They hiss, wondering why a winged noble is in their territory, and decide he needs to be taken out. With a single kick, he levels them. Imagine not recognizing the very lord you will be serving one day. These weaklings are not even worth the points. Then, he spots that same messenger from earlier waiting ahead. Now watch this. Just as the celestial begins to fall, he charges straight toward the other shadow. The demon is shocked. He realizes she was the guardian angel of the apex hybrid, supposing her mission must have failed miserably. Because of that, her chances of being summoned again are incredibly high. Suddenly, we see a vision of the mother's past. She wonders if this is a rehearsal for aspiring actors. Both of them are confused, asking if they are supposed to be acting differently now. A voice congratulates them for passing. Now they must go to the human world and act as the boy's parents until he is finally born. The pair is not having it. The idea of acting like a normal human family is totally ridiculous to them. But the voice is firm. They have to keep up the act until the boy turns 19 years old. Great acting means bonus points to outrank other demons. Suddenly, they are both very motivated to play the part. Now, you and I see them telling this story to the boy. They claim it is wonderful to eat together. The father stands up, asking if his boy needs a drink. Julian immediately chucks a chair at him. He is not thirsty, and he is definitely not buying their act. He tells his mother the meal was great and asks her to cook it again sometime very soon. He mentions cleaning his room and tells her to scold him. Whoever makes the mess should clear it up. The woman just shrugs, totally unbothered, telling her son he can wreck the house as much as he likes. Julian stares her down. He wants a perfect, happy family, and they better start cooperating with his plan. Later, the mother washes dishes, noting that the demon plans failed, and the boy managed to defeat the Dark Lord with just one blow. The father tells her not to stress. He has already called in a massive favor directly from the heavens. She is skeptical. What kind of help could possibly be better than the powerful demons they had before? But in that moment, she realizes exactly what he is planning. With an evil look, that celestial noble is clearly up to something truly devious. She asks why he is making that creepy face. Meanwhile, high above, an angel descends with someone in tow. It is Julian's guardian. She is completely dazed, wondering why on earth they have returned to the celestial palace. The man says it is natural for an angel to be in heaven. He remarks how insane it is that she wasted so much divine energy on a simple, mortal human. The girl asks if he is the archangel of the First Order, but he says he is just his twin brother. Suddenly, a voice says he is now a fallen angel. The man says he has not fallen because his aura is still a pure blue. But the voice mentions dark rumors. Word is spreading that he has been seen wandering the deep abyss lately. He brushes it off as a secret mission. He asks if they summoned him just to gossip about his travels. He had a bad feeling about this, but he never expected the assignment to end in such a disaster. The voice commands his arrest. He is to be locked in a special cell. Meanwhile, Julian heads to school. He thinks he has finally secured his family. Now all he wants is a boring, normal life as a student. Suddenly, a blinding light fills the sky. Julian figures it is probably just another new student transferring into class. A golden staircase appears in the clouds and an angel walks down. Soon, he is standing before the class. He introduces himself as 𝒊𝒊𝒏, but tells the students they can just call him Azra for short. And that's where we leave it, as he picks the seat right next to Julian. Trust me, things just got complicated. All right, stick with me as we dive into a world of magic and betrayal. Alaric asks who let this man sit there, but the seraph ignores the washed-up demon, saying he is only there for Arthur. Arthur just wants to know where the angel went. Alaric claims he crushed her and sent her to the abyss. But the seraph saw her in the abyss and moved her to the high heavens, likely locked in a high-security cell. Meanwhile, a girl relaxes in a pool, complaining of boredom. It is the very same angel, trapped in a celestial sanctuary with absolutely nothing to do except wait for her fate. Sipping a glass of wine. She wonders what crime earns 30 years of isolation, feeling relieved she did not get that punishment herself. She just hopes her time in this place is nearly over. She questions just how much longer she must stay here. Back at the Royal Academy, the master starts the lecture, warning that any communication crystals ringing during his class will be confiscated on the spot, no exceptions. Baron Aaron is annoyed they found the angel so fast. Alaric is confused, asking how a celestial being like him could even step foot into the pits of the abyss. Gabriel says he visits the underworld occasionally for business reasons. Alaric asks if he is a fallen, but Gabriel says he is not that far gone yet. He is close to the edge, but still a true angel of heaven. Staring at Arthur, the seraph asks if he is truly a supreme hybrid, because from where he sits. The boy looks like a common human. Alaric agrees he is human, but notes the boy is much sharper than any of them realize at first. Arthur snaps that it is rude to gossip, and they are making far too much noise for a classroom. Alaric keeps talking, claiming the boy is incredibly strong and possesses an iron will that he can fully control. Now pay attention, because this test is about to get lethal. Gabriel pulls out a flintlock pistol, deciding to start with a very simple demonstration. Arthur asks them to keep it down one last time, and in that same moment, the seraph fires. Arthur catches the lead shot barehanded. He is fuming, telling them they are noisy and ruining his precious study time. Seeing what Arthur just did, the two immortals are completely stunned. Outside, Cedric asks why Julian has been acting so strange lately, but Julian claims he has no idea what the big guy is talking about. Cedric is disgusted that Julian is playing friend with Arthur, even after everything the boy put him through recently. Julian tells him to shut up, saying Arthur is a good person and reminding Cedric that he has been a total piece of trash since the very first day they met. Cedric sneers that Julian has basically become a pathetic commoner, falling from grace and acting like a total idiot just to fit in with nerds. Suddenly, the seraph appears, asking why they are arguing about demons and immediately trying to provoke a fight with the young noble boy. Julian asks if he did something wrong just by choosing to be friends with young Arthur. Baron Aaron steps in, telling Gabriel he cannot interfere in school rivalries, as these boys are building mutual respect through their own struggles. It is a matter of pride between the two. Cedric reminds everyone that Julian was a bully since primary school, and now he is just being a coward. Trust me, you saw this coming. Gabriel says solving human drama is his specialty. He claims to be an angel who listens to human suffering, usually staying neutral and never taking a side himself. But he asks if they want a forbidden secret solution. He warns that maintaining his status as a champion might destroy their friendship, and that likely caused a lot of pain. Gabriel knows the feeling well, because being the top dog and then getting cast aside leads to a world of worry and stress that most people never have to face. To find the answer, he thought long and hard. He has been looking for a way to balance being a champion while keeping his friends by his side through everything. Alaric starts arguing with the angel again, telling him to stop messing with the lives of humans. Gabriel admits that under normal laws, what he just did would be called manipulation. He tells Cedric to show some support, saying Julian has no chance in a fair duel and is probably just terrified of losing his rank in front of all his peers. Cedric charges at Julian, screaming that when it comes to a real fight, the boy is nothing but a weakling. Julian snaps back, saying if Cedric wants to challenge his position, he will have to put him down. An epic showdown finally erupts in the hall, but to the demon and angel, this is just kids playing around. They mock the fact that weaklings will always be weak. Arthur walks past, wondering why on earth these two are fighting in the middle of school. He grabs them by their shoulders, lifting. He warns that fighting here is a nuisance to everyone. A moment later, Arthur is shouting at them, furious because the master confiscated his magic crystal because of them. As Arthur stomps away, Gabriel thinks the boy is just a regular human kid like all the rest. And that's where we leave it. Alaric admits he's tried to wake Arthur's power, but it's clearly going to be a long journey. All right, you and I are diving into a story where an angel explains that heroes only truly awaken when they have something precious to protect. The demon notes that Julian recently discovered his parents were not blood-related, yet he still chose to accept them as his real family. With a cruel smirk, the angel realizes that this deep emotional bond is actually the boy's greatest weakness. He suggests that if those parents were put in direct peril, the boy would surely intervene and awaken his true power, but the demon wonders if putting them in danger is going too far. The angel scoffs, asking if they do not want results as fast as possible, especially since they are not even his biological kin. Hidden nearby, the young noble boy gasps, realizing that supposedly holy man is actually a demon. The angel asks the demon if he wants to see Julian's black wings finally sprout. Aaron is stunned, wondering how an angel could use such ruthless, demonic tactics. The man admits an angel should never act so cruelly because his karma meter might turn red, so he decides to let Aaron take the credit. But the demon just sighs, asking if he is simply trying to dump all the dirty work on him again. Meanwhile, Julian walks home, feeling satisfied with his hard work while thinking about the strange new transfer student who arrived at the academy. But it does not matter because he finally has a family that loves him, and he will do anything to protect them from now on. Suddenly, a stranger stops the boy to ask for help, wondering where the nearest carriage station is located. Now watch this, Julian points the way. But in a split second, the stranger throws a lethal punch that the boy effortlessly dodges without breaking a sweat. Julian counters with a single strike, and he is shocked when the man literally explodes from the force of the impact. Seeing his comrade fall, the other hooded man removes his helmet and flings it toward the young hero with great force. Julian ducks, calling the attack rude for a first meeting. Then, the man's face is finally revealed, showing he is nothing more than a monster. It is a hideous beast, screeching in confusion about how a mere human boy could possess such overwhelming, godly strength. Julian realizes it is just a common low-level monster. Terrified, the creature decides that its only option is to make a frantic, strategic retreat. Without wasting a single second, Julian starts sprinting as fast as he can toward his house. He bursts inside to find his mother and father gone, with a mysterious note pinned to the refrigerator using a jagged dagger. Julian stares at the message in total confusion, unable to read a single word of this ancient and completely foreign language. Right at that moment, another one of those monsters lunges at the boy from the shadows. With a bored punch, he shatters the creature's helm, saying he cannot even concentrate on the letter with these interruptions. Julian checks his hand, wondering if he left a window open because the attack felt like a mosquito. Meanwhile, the other man draws a sword. Noticing the man behind him, Julian corners him and asks if he can actually translate the message left on the note. The man sneers that his mother and father have been kidnapped, and if he ever wants to see them alive again, he better start listening. Julian senses a threat. Burning with rage, the boy demands to know exactly where they have taken his father and mother. Suddenly, the thug just explodes into nothingness. Julian turns and realizes there is still one more monster lurking in the corner. He binds the creature with a burst of magic, shouting to know who kidnapped his parents. The monster just laughs malevolently, claiming they are void dwellers who would never betray their own kind for any reason. I know what you're thinking. This demon points to the highest rank on the display, and Julian finally knows exactly which traitorous lord sent them. Julian lunges forward and grabs the creature's throat. He growls that he suspected this thing was a double agent and demands to know why it chose to betray him. Furious, he asks how it dares touch his family and vows that he will not let this insult go unpunished. A massive explosion rocks the area as the creature is completely annihilated. Shocked by the blast, he admits he failed to control his strength, but he is still furious that Lord Thorn would dare plan this. He realizes he forgot to ask for the location. Wiping himself off, he notices there are still a few low-level mobs hiding in the shadows. A hidden demon watches Julian from the darkness as he cleans his outfit, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But Julian is faster than anyone can perceive. He appears behind the beast and calmly asks if it heard everything. Julian wipes his face, warning the monster that there is going to be a bloodbath if he does not talk immediately. Trembling in fear, the monster says they only share the location and shows his magical phone so Julian can check the map. He asks if it is the alley by the Royal Bakehouse or the tavern, but the monster explains it is on the other side. His power flares up violently. He knows exactly what the villain wants, and touching his family was the biggest mistake he could ever make. And trust me, you and I are about to watch Julian hunt down Thorn and teach him a lesson he will never forget. All right, you and I are about to watch a hero walk straight into a deadly trap for his noble parents. Suddenly, he realizes the beast is gone. It literally exploded just from the sheer pressure of his overwhelming holy aura. Later on, a voice suggests this ruin is the perfect spot for an abduction. The thugs watch the noble couple, bound and helpless. One grunt asks the leader why they grabbed them, while the other is confused since he is just a debt collector, not a common snatcher. The man explains he had a strange dream where someone commanded him to do it, and it felt like his body was being puppeted. The lady screams for them to end her life already, while her husband desperately wonders if anyone would ever come to save them in a nightmare like this. The pair seem quite thrilled. The lady expects to leave this world behind, and the man believes he is headed to paradise with his duty finally done. But then, the doors slam open and Arthur storms in, shouting for his father and mother, declaring he has come to rescue them. Both parents look completely disappointed, while a mysterious, well-dressed noble whispers that everything is moving exactly according to his grand design. Now pay attention, because this is where we see just how twisted these villains really are in this dark meeting. With a smirk, the other says it is human nature. Men are programmed to react like that once their thirst for vengeance is ignited. He is shocked that a human got involved. But the other reminds him he is a demon and cannot be seen taking direct orders from a literal holy angel. He asks if he outsourced the job, but the man clarifies it is more like a strategic redistribution of the kingdom labor. The blue-bearded knight says this subcontractor culture is absolutely vile. Focusing his power, he declares that man to be the true master of wicked deeds. Finally, the human behind the kidnapping is possessed by a dark influence once again. Arthur charges into the warehouse. As he enters, a demonic hand bursts through the stone floor and lunges for his throat. It suddenly grips his ankle, catching him off guard. Shocked, he asks, "What is this?" Demons start crawling out of the earth, and one hisses that he shall not pass. He is shocked to see a swarm of low-level minions rising up. Lunging forward, the beast attacks, calling him an obstacle. Quickly, that creature clings to Arthur's body, while a dozen more charge toward him. As the thing squeezes him, he screams in disgust, slapping the creature off his shoulder and completely obliterating it into a massive, bloody mess. Without a moment to breathe, another shadow beast is already leaping onto his head. It almost bites his face, but he swats it like a common fly, complaining that its breath is totally foul. The last creature watches in terror, realizing that things are going south for her very quickly. Arthur lifts his leg with the beast still attached, and with a burst of strength, he launches it into the air. As it flies, he sighs that this is annoying. The demon falls while he asks why they keep clinging to him. As it drops closer, another giant bug is crushed. Covered in demon blood, he thinks this is incredibly frustrating. Another horde rises up. Arthur groans that there are still more. You and I both know these mobs are just warm-up, but the mastermind wonders if they are way too easy. The other is not so sure. He explains that a swarm of buzzing mosquitoes is far more irritating than a growling monster when trying to sleep. He says their numbers are insane, but even so, for a warrior like him, this swarm will only fuel his burning rage. And facing endless mobs like this should buy enough time for his anger to truly explode, while Arthur unleashes his full arsenal of lethal techniques in battle. Standing amidst the carnage, he thinks he has finally finished with them. The demon is stunned, questioning if he really wiped them all out so fast. Nervously, the thug thinks the boy is a monster, and that he is doomed to be just another minion. He wonders why he listens to demon whispers, kidnapping and locking up people who have nothing to do with him. He tells himself to quit, realizing this is not his path, and swears never to get involved in such foolishness ever again. Casting a spell, the demon calls him a puppet. As the man is cursed, demonic energy takes over his soul once more. Suddenly, he starts laughing like a maniac, promising to give them all a taste of true hell. Arthur's parents remain bound and screaming. The kidnapper laughs, saying they are in real trouble as the magical ropes squeeze them tighter and tighter every second. The brother suggests stopping here since the boy looks furious. You and I can see he is clearly playing with fire now. And what if he is evil? All right, you and I are diving into a story where the villains are absolute trolls. Imagine a dude laughing, saying they will steal his horse and kidnap his cat too, just begging for a brutal execution. Our furious hero vows he will never forgive them, no matter the cost. His parents scream desperately, begging him to stay far away from them. One brother says he became such a vile villain that beating him won't be enough, while the other says he truly went too far. The man laughs, saying this is the true proof of a demon, while secretly begging for help because the demonic corruption is taking over his mind. Determined, the boy vows to save his parents, but they just scream for him to stay away. They don't want rescue, begging to die just to stop the clock from ticking. The demon asks if that was his last move, but the other says rage will trigger another awakening. He suggests it would be more efficient to have a monster strangle the parents, letting out a small cough. Sarcastically, the guy asks if he is some genius for coming up with such a twisted plan. He claims he would make Satan himself feel ashamed, but the other tells him to stop talking. Enthusiastically, he summons the ultimate man-eating beast called the Great Devourer, while the other asks if this is another subcontract. Watch closely. This is where a massive worm demon erupts from the stone, lunging straight toward the hero's parents. The couple gets excited, shouting that their carriage ride home has finally arrived. They explain that sliding into that cavernous mouth will take them straight down to the underworld. The father grumbles about the commute through hell, but the mother insists it is just a stop. Suddenly, our hero charges the beast, ignoring his parents' screams to leave them to their fate. Our hero stays focused, advancing steadily as his parents plead with him to turn back and run. He makes a massive leap toward the creature, but suddenly he gets swallowed by the giant worm, leaving both his parents completely stunned. Something strange begins to happen inside that demonic beast. The worm begins to swell and tremble as the two demons above watch with pure disgust. The giant worm lunges at the mother, but something else is visible inside its mouth of teeth. Holding the demon's jaws open from the inside, the boy complains about the disgusting smell of the spit. Keeping the mouth wide open, our hero tells his parents that their work shift is finally over. You and I can see the demons are shocked, wondering what he means by the celestial sanctuary prison. A bald waiter serves a special salad, but the woman insists she never ordered a single thing. Nervously, she asks if she can stop eating, but the waiter says that is not an option. As the sun reflects off his bald head, blinding the woman, the man insists she is in a state of intense joy, so stopping is impossible. The woman flinches at the glare from his bald head. Wow, look at that shine. Still shielding herself from the sun, she realizes she must protect Jack or she will gain too much weight, so she pulls a strand of her hair. The bald man turns to leave when the woman suddenly shouts, calling him back to the table. She alerts him that there is a hair in her food, leaving him absolutely incredulous. He gathers the other shiny bald waiters, questioning the presence of a hair and trying to find out whose it is, but they claim it is impossible. The girl looks at the barrier, identifying the only obstacle left to her freedom. She activates a power in her hand, and asking God for forgiveness, transforms it into an energy blade, attacking the barrier and creating an opening. She reveals her angelic wings and flies away, saying that while escaping is a sin, it is necessary for a greater good. Meanwhile, back at the warehouse, the mother asks what he means, while the father wonders if he heard that correctly. He explains that it is time for them to leave this life and finally return home. Our hero says this danger only happened because of him, and keeping them here would be pure selfishness. He thanks them for the past 19 years, saying the best way to repay them is freedom. Smiling, he thanks them for being his parents, causing the couple to move and tear up. Holding the beast, he yells for them to vanish and return home, begging them to go back. The demon calls him a caring son, and the other suggests they deserve a painless end. Pointing the way home. Time to go home, slide down and reach the afterlife quickly. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. All right, you and I are jumping right into a family drama that quickly turns into a literal nightmare. This controlled man regrets his sins while hearing demonic whispers. He vows to spend his life repenting, even while claiming there is absolutely no escape from his dark fate. The mother makes her choice, while the father declares Julian is the son of his heart. He shouts that he will work day and night forever to protect him and keep their home safe. He corrects himself, promising they will live together forever. The mother smiles, saying if he accepts her, she wants to remain his mother for the rest of time. Elias is shocked and thrilled, realizing his parents are staying by his side, exactly as he always dreamed they would. The puppet sneers at the display of love, calling it a pathetic show where everyone is actually just a stranger. Now watch this part, because the tables are about to turn. With a snap, Elias shatters the beast's teeth, declaring it is time for payback. With a massive leap, he escapes the creature's jagged jaws. He lands perfectly on the ground, unharmed and furious. He prepares his final strike, refusing to let this insult stand. Elias slams a direct hit into the beast for trying to hunt his family. The massive impact sends it crashing against the stone wall as the monster reels in shock. Still fueled by rage, our hero charges in once more. With another crushing blow, he reminds the beast how close it came to destroying everything he loves. As it takes the beating, the creature remembers Elias was the one who freed his parents earlier. He rains down punches on the demon, calling it a pathetic worm and a miserable bottom feeder. The watching demons are stunned by the boy's power. One admits they underestimated him, while the other blamed their weak minion. The beast takes one final breath and collapses right next to Elias. He warns them never to underestimate his family again. His parents cheer him on, but the battle is far from over. Elias looks back to see the controlled man, still holding the ropes binding his parents. The man laughs, acting brave even though he's terrified. He cries for help internally while pretending Elias doesn't scare him at all. Now, you and I both know the hero isn't going to let this kidnapper escape the heavy consequences. The nervous villains claim it was the brother who did the dirty work, calling it a clear and unforgivable sin. The man wears a twisted grin, even as tears stream down his face. Suddenly, Nathan manages to gasp out his regret, promising he'll never touch the dark arts or do evil again. The demon orders him to be brave, funneling massive dark power into him to force a final showdown. He promises that, with Lord Thorn's power combined with his own, taking down the young knight will be a total breeze. The man screams as the overwhelming energy surges through him. It is more than his body can handle, and he panics. He realizes his power gauge is hitting the red zone. He nearly exploded, barely managing to pull back in time. As Elias charges, the demonic man blocks his path. His arm is glowing with dark force, and he looks completely transformed. Loving the new sensation, he laughs about this incredible strength. He wonders if this was the power Elias held all along. He mutters that he finally understands what it feels like to be strong. But Elias shouts that his power is distorted. He demands the man pay for his wicked crimes. Terrified, the man launches an attack, but then dodges Elias with ease and tells him to bring it. He mocks Elias for being slow, but suddenly, a powerful punch to the gut shuts him up and sends him reeling back. He hits the dirt, groaning in pain. Suddenly, a demon voice whispers, "Hello, friend." The demon says he found the door wide open, so he stepped inside. Now he is locking it tight to keep all the stolen power safe. Elias thanks him, feeling his power gauge shift back to safety. He is excited that a good deed saved him. He moves quickly over to the poor soul, lying on the ground. Using his aura, he realizes he has enough room to recharge the man and give him a boost. The man rises, feeling twice as powerful as before. He faces Elias and delivers a punch so strong it nearly lifts him off the floor, finally giving him a taste of his own medicine. He smirks, satisfied the blow landed. Elias looks visibly shaken by the strength of that massive hit. His mother asks for dinner while his father complains of hunger. Elias is confused, seeing blurry afterimages of his foe while struggling to judge the distance between them. The man calls him weak, saying that even if he is a hybrid at his peak, that title is meaningless now. You and I just saw Hero realize this villain truly has no soul. Wild, right? All right, you and I are watching Arthur fuming as he prepares to strike. For those who refuse to repent, he snarls. He adds that pain is the historical remedy. Alaric dares him to bring it on, since he is fully drugged on potions. Arthur says this punch is for his mother, but the villain dodges, bragging about his days as a hired pit fighter. Our young hero ignores the taunts, shouting that this next one is for his father. Alaric keeps taunting that Arthur cannot hit him even if he tried. Arthur launches a kick, shouting that this strike is for Lady Aliner. Alaric sneers, telling him to save some for later. Cedric watches in awe, amazed that the villain stands unshaken even after taking a hit. 𝒊𝒏 says the reason is obvious. He explains that with every single swing our hero misses, the air around them turns into a void, like a miniature abyss swallowing everything in sight. And if you get within 1 centimeter, your body would be shredded. Alaric is even ignoring the massive explosions from Arthur's missed punches. As Alaric brags about his dodging skills, Cedric asks 𝒊𝒏 what kind of strange power he used. 𝒊𝒏 says it was just a minor spell. The guy is only brave because he's ignorant. Now pay attention, here is where it turns. Arthur cannot understand why nothing is working. Alaric mocks him, asking why he is aiming at thin air. He laughs that for pests, dragonfire is better than medicine. But suddenly, our hero takes a massive hit head-on. Thrown back, the man sneers that this young squire cannot even hit a target standing right in front of him. He admits he feels a tiny bit of guilt for Lord Graham, having to unleash such crushing power on a kid. Alaric suspects the boy is hiding something. He figures he should bolt now before he gets caught in the crossfire. Cedric watches Alaric and asks if the man has finally been possessed by a demon. But 𝒊𝒏 thinks every hardship the man faced was just him holding back for this exact moment. Arthur wonders why he cannot land a single hit. Did the villain suddenly get faster? Alaric just grins to himself. He decides to bury his pathetic past and be reborn as the kingdom's ultimate slaying machine. Now that he's a bloodthirsty killer, the relentless has returned. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Purely ecstatic, he shouts that he has transformed. The old, unlucky Alaric is officially gone forever. The two brothers mock him for still having that unlucky face, saying this is the Alaric they know, and he never loses that vibe. Annoyed, Arthur swears he won't let this clown escape. He spots an opening and fires a massive beam of energy. Alaric is stunned, mocking Arthur for missing a target that is standing perfectly still. He calls the attempt truly pathetic. A clump of his hair vanishes. Alaric blinks, feeling like something dangerous just buzzed past his ear. Nearby, the Duke and Duchess wonder if Arthur is actually struggling against such a complete amateur. The Duke senses something is off while the Duchess asks when they will be rescued. Alaric claims his courage will reveal his new move. He strikes a pose, declaring this his grandest technique yet. Then, he charges straight at our hero, screaming a battle cry, but he trips over a pebble and pathetically shouts that Arthur stepped on his foot. It is all a ruse. He circles around for a sneak attack, but Arthur manages to sidestep the powerful blow. Alaric recovers, muttering that since the direct approach failed, he is moving to phase 2. He grabs a sending stone, asking the guild if his injuries are covered. He lands a second hit, gloating that no scrying eyes are watching. This strike lands directly on Arthur, sending him flying across the room and crashing into the stone palace wall. In a combat stance, Alaric says that was perfect. He is switching from his self-harm strategy to a mercenary scam. One of the brothers shouts for him to deliver the final strike and end this farce once and for all, saying they support this new chapter of his life, as long as he splits the gold from the guild payout with them. Arthur pulls himself together, wondering why he deserves this. Alaric wonders if the kid even did anything wrong, admitting it is not his fault. His conscience is screaming. He wonders how long it actually took for him to become this powerful and corrupt. Arthur fumbles around, realizing his mystic spectacles have fallen off. He desperately starts searching the ground. But suddenly, he notices a change in his eyes. At first, everything is just a blur as he looks toward the man. Then the world snaps into focus. Everything is crystal clear. He realizes what has been holding him back this whole time. The reason his sight was blurry was because his spectacles were wrong. Without them, he sees perfectly. Cedric realizes that is why Arthur was missing. His true awakening has begun, sharpening his sight. Is he about to break past the limits of a normal human? 𝒊𝒏𝒂 says a full awakening is only a matter of time. Trust me, you and I are about to see something truly legendary. All right, you and I are about to see if our hero can finally land a hit on this arrogant noble. This guy thinks Julian is just making excuses about his gear, like a sore loser at a tavern game, blaming the faulty cards or the dimly lit room for his failure. He claims that if he had his own sword from the estate, he wouldn't have fallen. Annoyed, the man says those are just lies, and since he uses them himself, he knows exactly how they sound. He prepares his final move, the desperate gambler's strike, aiming to finish the boy off right now. But Julian sees everything now, every flaw, every weakness. The man's left-handed, has brittle bones, a dim wit, and a heart that's ready to give out at any second. Basically, this noble is completely finished. The man bellows and lunges with a massive punch, but Julian doesn't flinch. He catches the fist with one hand like it's nothing. He stops the entire attack without even breaking a sweat. With cold eyes, he tells the man to stop, staring him down as his aura begins to glow with pure death. Trust me, you and I can practically feel the guy's soul leaving his body just by looking at Julian's terrifying, glowing gaze. He screams that his new power is like gravity, an irresistible force of pride and dignity that he can't help but unleash. Returning the favor, Julian asks if he should even bother stopping before delivering a thunderous slap that echoes through the armory. As he sails through the air, the man realizes how lucky he is it wasn't a sword. His brothers cheer from the sidelines, shouting that he finally got the beating he truly deserved for his arrogance. The impact sends him flying straight through the armory's stone roof and into the night sky. He slams into a nearby tower and begins his long, painful descent. He hits the cobblestones hard, rolling across the town square before smashing violently against a stone fountain. Dazed, he starts talking into a magic mirror to his mother, telling her he's eaten well and that he fought like a true champion of the crown. He thinks he'll be remembered as a hero who faced monsters with nothing but spirit. Talk about being delusional, right? Suddenly, an archdemon watches on, admitting the boy has actually achieved a legendary awakening. Julian senses the monster nearby as it raises a hand, wondering if a hybrid of his rank could really survive what's coming. He challenges the boy, "Can you block an attack of this magnitude?" Julian braces himself as the demon smirks and unleashes a devastating holy spell called the Judgment of Light. The heavens split apart as a blinding pillar of energy crashes down from the stars directly toward the armory. Now watch closely. He's looking directly at certain destruction. The beam hits him dead center. Julian feels the weight of the heavens pushing his body down into the earth. The demon mocks him, saying no creature with dark blood can withstand the purity of this sacred celestial fire. He explains that as a half-demon, the weight of the spirits should be enough to crush Julian's soul entirely. But then, a second light erupts in the darkened sky. A second beam of heavenly energy descends, striking the ground right beside the men in the ruins. Lord Russell shields his eyes from the glare as a woman's silhouette emerges from the shimmering light. Lady Helena steps out in her silver armor, shocking everyone with her sudden, powerful arrival. Without a single word, she manifests her celestial power into a gleaming blade of pure light. With one swift motion, she cuts the chains of Julian's parents, screaming at Sir Alistair to explain himself. She demands to know if this was his plot. He just shrugs, saying he only managed part of the contract. She says a mother's love can be felt even without a touch, but the father just complains about his shin. She wonders if Julian's darkness is truly that deep, since he's struggling against the divine light. The man notes that if his light was stronger, he would have endured. Julian is still being hammered by the intensity of the sacred strike, barely holding on. Helena calls out as Alistair vanishes. Julian is still trapped under the crushing weight of that holy energy. Driven to the edge, he uses a desperate burst of power to warp away, crashing into the underground carriage station. Down in the tunnels, commoners are waiting for the city carriages to arrive as they usually do. A battered Lord Russell stumbles out of the shadows, coughing and looking like a total mess. And that's where we leave it. He barely escaped falling straight into the pits of hell. All right, you and I are about to watch a simple man realize he's in serious trouble. That was close, he gasps. But the nightmare isn't over yet. Seeing his feet sinking into a swirl of blue mana, he wonders what on earth is happening. He searches his pockets frantically. Don't tell me! The corruption meter is surging. Suddenly, the earth swallows him whole. Arthur vanishes into the floor, leaving only his glowing device behind to bounce on the station cobbles as he disappears. As it rolls away, the screen flashes red. His corruption level is dangerously high. Nearby travelers watch in horror. One man scoffs at the crowd, claiming that those who dodge their taxes end up in the abyss. Meanwhile, back at the old storehouse, our knight Arthur is still being crushed by an overwhelming weight of celestial power. But Arthur isn't staying down. Even as the holy energy pins him to the stone, he prepares his countermove. Now watch this. On a quiet street, the ground explodes and Arthur is launched through the stone into the air. Dazed and wary, he looks around, trying to figure out where the hell he just landed. Looking at the horizon, he realizes this isn't his homeland. Seeing a massive spire, he asks if this could be Stormville Isle. He pauses, deducing that since he was buried alive, this place can only be the gateway to the underworld. He's convinced he's fallen into the abyss, standing there covered in grime. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Arthur, is that really you?" The stranger calls it a lucky twist of fate, saying nobody expected to find a noble knight in this pit. The man admits he's heard the stories, but mocks Arthur's wits. He explains that this realm is the dark mirror of Earth. Arthur demands an identity, and the man claims he's been searching for him. He calls himself an angel named 𝒊𝒏𝒂. Our hero insists that the kingdom of Albion is in grave danger, and he must return immediately. He asks 𝒊𝒏𝒂 for a way home, pointing toward the western spire. 𝒊𝒏𝒂 is shocked that Arthur figured out the exit so fast. You see this? 𝒊𝒏𝒂 pulls out travel permits, claiming it's a huge coincidence he has safe passage back to Albion. Arthur is suspicious of this stranger, but 𝒊𝒏𝒂 insists they talk while moving since time is running out for the boy. Back at the warehouse, the pillar of holy light remains blinding. Commoners whisper about miracles, filming the scene and wondering about real angels. A lady wonders where Arthur vanished to, and why the high heavens would leave such a mess behind. She sighs about the cleanup before performing a memory-wiping spell on a witness, who suddenly feels the urge to delete his records. She commands the crowd to forget the divine display and return to their mundane lives, as if nothing happened. The townspeople walk away, convinced that whatever they saw wasn't worth remembering at all. Hannah asks for Arthur's location, but the man claims total ignorance. Even if he knew, he wouldn't tell a soul anyway. The angel declares she'll fly straight into the light's source, because that's the first thing she needs to destroy. She takes to the sky, leaving Scalpel behind to grumble about everyone constantly abandoning him in his time of need. The winged lady ascends toward the clouds with incredible speed. Reaching the summit, she gasps, unable to believe the vision before her eyes. It's the ancient citadel of the First Order. Meanwhile, Alistair falls through the darkness for an eternity before crashing onto a throne, surrounded by rivers of molten lava. A demon chuckles, saying it's been ages. He mocks the fallen Third-Order Archangel for such a pathetic and disgraceful tumble from grace. Alistair tries to bargain with Duke Valerius, claiming the corruption meter only turned red because of a technical glitch. The demon calls him a coward. He notes that Alistair should have accepted the peace treaty when it was still on the table. It's too late for mercy now, especially for an angel who's lost his wings and plummeted into the burning pits. Alistair begs for his life, promising a massive reward if the demon will only set him free from this. But the demon doesn't care. He explains that only an angel on the edge of falling has value. A corpse is useless. Alistair offers to reset his gauge through a holy deed, promising 5,000 low-ranking servants in exchange for a little help. The demon isn't interested. He reminds the angel that demons have absolutely no desire to help their natural enemies in the light. Alistair whispers, "Really, Valerius?" The demon tells him to get comfortable on his new throne, mockingly pointing out that their seats are now exactly the same. He laughs, saying the only difference is freedom. He tells Alistair to sit there and rot for thousands of years in absolute silence. He'll let him watch the world decay. Alistair wonders if he's doomed to this isolation in a wasteland of pure corruption. Inside a soaring sky galleon. "So, you and I leave Arthur here, wearing the fine clothes 𝒊𝒏𝒂 gave him and thanking him for the help, while 𝒊𝒏𝒂 says the new academy robes look great. All right, stick with me, because we are diving into a fantasy world where angels and demons play for keeps." But the man just laughs, saying there is no way to reach his hidden estate by common stagecoach. The man asks if our hero is hungry and orders 2 bowls of fine royal stew with specific spices, giving detailed instructions. Julian is amazed, asking if this is truly legendary king's food. He thinks to himself that eating such delicacies while flying is unreal. If you have wealth, you need to enjoy it. You have to know how to savor what you possess. Rue tells him not to let this small satisfaction stop him. He tells him to crave more. He wants to plant the seed of desire and make his wishes burn bright. He repeats that his name is Rue. Meanwhile, down in the abyss, Russell is bored out of his mind. There is absolutely nothing to do in this dark place. He can't believe he fell into this pathetic state. If he stays, his power level will never recover. One way remains. He decides it is time to check the Human World Mirror channel. He switches views and finds Julian. He thinks helping him could restore his power, but who is that stranger nearby? Now pay attention here, because this is where the true identity of our mysterious host comes out. My name is Lucius. Julian asks if he is a famous bard. Rue says something like that and asks if that is his reputation. He wonders if the boy truly does not know him, as his magic is undeniable. It's fine to be ignorant. He explains he has been searching for him, the one destined to be the legendary hybrid entity. All that matters is they are here together. He promises a legendary spear and shield, leaving the boy totally confused. Then he asks if Lucius usually gives gifts. He replies that he is actually offering him everything he owns. He will give him his whole world. For now, he asks if he wants to eat more imported chocolate. Julian wonders if he really can. He is still not sure why Lucius is being so kind to him. He explains he already rejected the destiny of being a hybrid. Besides, Lady Anna has been very good to him. Lucius asks if he means the guardian angel Anna. He explains that an angel can do nothing but protect him. He respects his choices, but he should do whatever he truly wishes. Lucius will help him with any decision made. He says he will grant him a powerful wish to achieve every single thing he desires. What to do with that wish is for later. Lucius tells him to crave more as the carriage flies on. Meanwhile, back in the abyss, Russell wonders if he actually saw that correctly. You saw that too, right? The most dangerous entity in the world is currently whispering in our hero's ear. It seems Julian is already leaning toward temptation. They are really on the edge of a total disaster here. Very impressed, the angel sees the source of the light. She observes that powerful, holy beam cannon. A woman looks through a device inside a skyship, manipulating the massive beam of energy. Anna knocks on the window to get her attention. The woman wonders how an angel even found her there. The angel asks her to please turn that thing off. The woman seems surprised it was still even running. Right after that, the woman finally shuts down the massive light beam. She says she got distracted and forgot about it. She's amazed a low-rank angel managed to find her. Impressed, Anna asks if she is truly the legendary First Order Archangel 𝒂𝒊𝒏. The woman says it's been a while since she heard that name. She's retired now, so just call her 𝒂𝒊𝒏. The angel wonders if she is also searching for the hybrid. The woman tells her to call her Miss 𝒂𝒊𝒏. She asks about the hybrid from the legends, but says she's more into dragons than old fairy tales. Anna asks why she used the divine beam. The archangel says it was just part of a pact. When a high-rank angel asks for help, you offer it without asking any questions. She asks if she's interested in Julian. The archangel says call her Miss, and she doesn't know him. Her only focus is to find the embodiment of evil. She must find and obliterate him forever. The angel asks if she's using that telescope to find him. The woman confirms and offers her a look. Anna asks if that's the legendary device that finds anyone. The woman says yes, she loves legendary items. Then Anna asks if she could use it to find her friend, Julian, who vanished after the light. And that's where we leave it. You and I know Julian's tough, but 𝒂𝒊𝒏 says humans would be dust. Stick with me. You and I are watching immortals survive the impossible. Lady Michael is intrigued, wondering what kind of mortal could be this resilient and stubborn. Lady Anna watches from the side, clearly not a fan of that dangerous curiosity. Later, at the cathedral infirmary, some brutal mercenaries arrive to check on Lord Alaric's condition. The healer demands silence, but the men only care about their fallen commander's dire wounds. Sir Roland is devastated, asking how a warrior of his rank could be completely broken. He asks if he arrived by horse or magic, but the healer says a commoner's wagon brought him. The commander chose total isolation for his recovery, as Roland begs him to wake up. He warns the healer to keep him alive if he values his long, peaceful career. He admits Lord Alaric was always the heart of their brotherhood. Now he's in a hollow shell, a man who once rose to become a grand knight of the underworld through pure influence, building an empire from nothing. Back then, Alaric would taunt any knight brave enough to face his crushing humiliation. He'd mock their very existence until they snapped, driving them into a blind, vengeful rage. Now watch this. This is how they conquered the kingdom's dark underworld. After crushing the rival twin dragon syndicate, they finally stood at the peak of the realm. In the present, the guild bows low in absolute respect to their crippled leader. Alaric just scoffs, telling them to pay for their ale and get out of his sight. Roland laments that they are nothing without him, the man who sacrificed everything for their glory. He is a man who lived his entire life through blackmail and bloody combat, and they will find the culprit because he wouldn't fall like this from a few punches. Sir Roland swears a blood oath. Revenge will be theirs, no matter the cost. The seraph asks if that broken man is Anna's friend, but she denies him completely. The high apostle questions why Anna is hunting this boy without an official celestial decree. But Anna stands firm. If she doesn't guide him, no other angel will step forward. She points to another shadow, asking if it's him, but it's just a stray demon. You and I are about to see some crazy angel logic. If that bolt of judgment lightning didn't destroy him, he must have been blasted through the earth to a distant land like the kingdom of Franconia. She then suggests they take to the skies and search the foreign kingdom. Moments later, Michael senses him nearby, but warns that personal feelings must never blind a guardian's duty when dealing with mere mortals. She reminds Anna that they are celestial apostles, bound by the sacred purpose of pursuing divine justice across the world. Finally, she spots him on a sky galleon, hidden away as it sails across the great sea. Smiling. The search is over, but Michael is stunned to see the very archfiend she's hunted sitting right next to the boy. Lucifer, she's finally found him. She can't believe her target is sitting right here, and in the name of the high archangel Michael, she declares judgment starts now. A massive surge of energy erupts. Summoning her divine weapons, She flies toward the sky galleon, intent on executing the traitor Lucifer and obliterating his soul. An angel's wing and feathers scatter as the magic orb flies through the air on its own tiny wings, landing right in the steady hands of Master Blackwood. He asks what this strange thing is, as the orb's voice crackles to life. Blackwood thought he'd perished in the abyss, but the voice says it was just intense. He's in a place where the voices of the heavens cannot reach, and he has no idea how this magic is working. He warns that while on a mission to take Julian, he accidentally crossed the line and fell straight into the underworld. Blackwood says he had planned to send him to the abyss himself, but since he's there, how does hell feel? The real problem is that Julian has just met the archfiend, while Blackwood can't believe he met his idol. Now comes the terrifying part. He's already called upon the High Apostle for aid. Michael has found Lucifer, and the clash that follows will change the world's fate. So what do you and I take from all this? The legend of the bat standing at the boundary of light and shadow starts here. She reveals that an ancient knight did exactly what he is doing now. That rogue warrior has been hiding for ages, because if she ever spots him, he will vanish from existence forever. Her voice turns cold as she warns him she will be tracking his soul corruption meter as well. You and I are about to see him terrified, because the person Michael seeks is none other than Lord Lucian. The commander has hunted the fallen prince for centuries, and he wonders what happens if they finally clash again. It would spark an unstoppable war, as Michael launches herself like a holy firebolt toward the traitor. But the fallen lord senses her, and raising his hand in shadow, he tilts the celestial carriage slightly, letting the archangel streak past him into the empty sky. The commander curses the bastard's name. Meanwhile, the fallen prince continues his dark game of manipulation. Outside, the archangel strikes at the vessel again, but the carriage remains entirely untouched. The crew apologizes for the turbulence, blaming the shifting winds in the sky. Lucian sighs, realizing he stayed visible for far too long. High above, Michael channels massive holy energy into her blade for a finishing strike. But she suddenly hesitates, as if something is holding her back from firing. Lady Hannah begs her to consider the innocent passengers, reminding her that protecting commoners is a knight's holy duty. The commander scoffs, saying small sacrifices are necessary for justice, and that killing evil saves more lives later. Hannah trembles in fear and whispers, "Pay attention now, because Michael claims angels should not be soft." She is driven by pure revenge and duty, refusing to be swayed by personal feelings or mortal lives. She tells the girl to stay out of it. Through the magical link, the demon asks why they are fighting, as Sir Alistair warns that Michael's spear is truly devastating. It is a minor reckoning. This results in the horrible destruction of 35% of all life on Earth. Alistair explains the prehistoric extinction happened because the fallen prince dodged that exact same holy weapon before. Lord 𝒊𝒏 muses that while extinction is bad for business, this could be a chance for 2 kills. The man realizes his rising demonic nature made him forget the other guy is also a monster. The demon asks why it is a minor reckoning, and the other says it only kills 35%. So the first monster asks how to make it kill everyone. He dreams of taking all those souls to the abyss for a promotion. Sir Alistair offers to leak some secret celestial intel. If 𝒊𝒏 helps, he will show him the exact moment the great disaster will finally strike. He explains that once the holy lance hits the soil, everything will explode. Now, you and I need to watch that soul corruption meter very closely as he prepares to jump in and intervene in their fight. He must stop that lance from touching the earth. 𝒊𝒏 agrees, trading a small disaster for a total one. Michael grips her lance, electricity crackling with divine fury, and hurls it straight at the carriage. But once more, the vessel shifts, narrowly avoiding the lethal holy blast from the commander. The lance misses its mark, plummeting through the clouds toward the kingdom below. Lucian tells the boy to wait, sensing a guest while our hero mourns his lost luxury. Searching for her prey, the commander summons a majestic blade of pure celestial light. She tears open the carriage door, ignoring everyone screaming about the cold and the restricted deck areas. She screams Lucian's name, but the man just smiles, saying she looks quite healthy after all these years. Suddenly, a blade flashes toward the boy with deadly precision. As the archangel snaps that pleasantries are just a pathetic waste of her time. Slipping away, Lucian claims he prepared a special farewell, reminding her he can scatter like dust across the world. Furious, Michael declares that finding him has officially marked the final moment of his wretched life. With a graceful leap, Lucian falls from the carriage, noting he survived quite well before getting caught. Meanwhile, Lord 𝒊𝒏 flies at top speed toward the site of the clash. He sees the danger level spike to 79% and panics, wondering if his device is malfunctioning. I see it hit 85% as he screams that it is too late. All right, I are about to see Hannah dive like a meteor, just to save her spear from hitting the dirt. Feathers scatter as she picks up speed, closing the gap inch by inch until she finally snatches that projectile mid-flight. Meanwhile, the danger levels drop down to 50%. As the cabin crew tries to keep order, Ma screams out Lucifer's name and hurls herself from the airship, flying with pure rage toward that fallen angel. Inside, Jack is just asking for his hot stew, but the maid says things are too chaotic. No meal service. Our hero is seriously annoyed now. Outside, the sky erupts as the archangel Micah finally clashes with Lucifer in a brutal aerial duel. Lucifer flashes a smile and asks why they can't just have peace, but Micah tells him to shut his mouth. Wait for it, Jack suddenly appears right between them, demanding they stop. Both the angel and the devil are completely caught off guard. He's pissed because their little skyscrap means his dinner won't be delivered to his seat. The archangel is baffled. How can a mere human float there without any wings? Jack tells them they need to sit down and fasten their seatbelts because of the heavy turbulence, asking how grown adults can act so reckless in the sky. Micah thinks he has too many powers for a human, but Lucifer explains he is a hybrid. Apparently, only top-tier archangels should be able to fly like that. Jack says they're talking nonsense, but then he starts feeling a bit weird all of a sudden. He realizes he can't feel anything solid under him. He looks down, and yup, there's absolutely no floor beneath his feet anymore. Total panic sets in as Ma wonders if this hybrid kid just hasn't matured yet. Meanwhile, our hero starts plummeting toward the earth like a heavy rock. Back in the clouds, Lucifer asks for a timeout so he can go save his friend. She's shocked he even has friends. Lucifer claims they're going to be best buddies because the boy admires him, but Micah isn't having it. She says no one would ever admire him, so the fallen angel suggests a little bet. Micah is completely done talking and threatens to pierce his lying tongue with her blade once and for all. Now check this out. An angel rushes to the rescue. Hannah catches him just in time and tells him to wake up. He slowly comes to and whispers her name before she flies him off to safety. High in the air, Micah spins her legendary blade and charges at Lucifer with a lethal strike. Once again, the fallen angel barely dodges the strike, but the weapon grazes his face. It is only then that he realizes the archangel was setting a trap, but it is already far too late. A massive explosion of holy energy erupts. Micah senses something is wrong and scans the area, looking for her slippery opponent. Lucifer mocks her, saying that keeping his distance is the wisest choice since he really doesn't want his tongue pierced by her blade today. Hannah arrives and scolds Lady Micah, pointing out that her wild spear tossing could have killed dozens of innocent people. She orders the boy to pull himself together and stay put. Jack is just relieved to be back on the ground, calling her a true angel, just like he expected. Everyone stands their ground, eyes locked in a tense standoff. Hannah hands back the spear while pleading with them to stop this reckless and dangerous fight immediately. Micah grips her weapon, declaring that since justice is in her hands, she'll stab him plenty of times. Lucifer asks her to show some mercy, reminding her they were once allies in battle. She tells him to stop speaking before she truly pierces that tongue of his. She's doing this precisely because she remembers their past. Jack is completely stunned, wondering if these two were actually close once upon a time. All true hatred begins with friendship. In a flashback, Micah unleashes an attack on a giant creature. Lucifer is impressed, noting that even her sharp blade struggled to pierce through a titan's thick hide. He explains it's his first time on a hunt, and there is still so much he doesn't understand, but he hopes to one day wipe out every monster in existence. Taking flight, he wonders when that day will finally arrive for him. He flies to the titan's back to retrieve the stuck spear before soaring away from the massive corpse. He promises to work hard and learn from her as his mentor, saying she wears her uniform with a dignity that makes her someone truly worth following. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he admits that he wants to become an archangel just like her one day because he truly admires that woman. Micah calls him the most ambitious angel she's met, explaining the path to becoming an archangel is simple. You just have to deliver more justice than anyone else. He asks how she delivers justice. She says it's about judging the most evil souls out there. There's no fast track to rising in the ranks. It's all about your achievements on the field of battle. Lucifer asks if there's a requirement for honor points. So we've learned the secret. Keep defeating powerful evils and she'll be there to help him. Trust me, this journey is just getting started. Stick with me. She actually claims it is out of pure respect for his righteous spirit. Back then, they were a legendary duo hunting beasts across the kingdom. Michaela would always point out the deadliest monsters, claiming they were the only ones truly worthy of her blade. Alistair hoped slaying the frost drake would grant him a knighthood. He thanked her for the support, swearing he would never forget the kindness she showed him. She simply smiles, saying she enjoyed their time together and will cherish those memories. The commander strikes from the skies, while Alistair dives beneath the massive, frozen beast. Lost in shared memories, they drive their blades home for one final, devastating strike. Hold on, something is wrong. Jasper wonders if they were secret lovers, but Michaela coldly snaps that they were never close at all. She calls him a walking lie, a vile deceiver. Alistair just looks at her, confused. He explains that while he carried himself like a high lord, it was never meant to be a scam. Stunned, the commander brings up the day they felled the drake. She remembers asking him if he felt his power surging, if he could feel his noble rank finally within reach. Back then, he acted ecstatic, claiming he felt an explosion of joy and a strange, deep release within his soul. Michaela was skeptical. That kind of reaction was nothing like what a normal knight should feel after a hard-won victory. A crimson barrier surrounds Alistair, but he simply raises a single finger to shatter the cage. He declares that, after being bound by holy seals for so long, his true awakening has begun. He thanks her, explaining that she helped break the curse the frost drake placed on him. He could not have done it alone. Michaela watches, her world crumbling in disbelief. With one last thanks, he claims his path is now clear, a freedom beyond the reach of lords or monsters. He tells her to inform the council that he has chosen the life of a wandering sellsword. Furious, the commander demands silence, while the young squire whispers that she is getting dangerously close. In the present, he admits that chatter during a duel dulls his edge. He already knew the tale but wanted to hear her version one last time. Alistair jokes about how close that was. The monster wonders who is stealing his lines as the power levels begin to skyrocket. If this pressure keeps building, it will trigger a total cataclysm. Meanwhile, young Arthur races toward the battlefield. Hiding in the shadows, Michaela reflects on the crushing humiliation he forced her to endure. Her pride was dragged through the mud, leaving her broken for years. Eventually, she found a new purpose. She would hunt Alistair down to the ends of the earth. She would find him and end his life, regardless of the price she had to pay. You and I both know this is insane. Jasper asks if all this blood is just for a bruised ego. It is not worth the cost, but the commander snaps back, claiming humans cannot grasp the weight of a knight's sacred honor. Jasper admits he never expected a holy warrior to throw everything away for something so petty. Alara warns that the situation is spiraling out of control, while Cedric braces himself against the empty sky. He refuses to stand down, even as his spirit guide begs him not to surrender to his inner rage. He lunges forward like a bolt of lightning, done with holding back. The two warriors clash with terrifying ferocity. Light explodes across the sky. Michaela demands blood, and Alistair laughs, saying she is far too good at starting fights. Alara watches, wondering if he is trying to end the violence or simply pour gasoline on the fire. Suddenly, Alistair rockets past the clouds, realizing he cannot control his own insane speed. It is terrifying. He is moving way too fast. It looks like he is finally breaking through to the high heavens. Meanwhile, the commander's holy spear hurtles toward the capital. Just in time, Arthur intercepts the weapon and grinds it to a halt. He screams a desperate no. Gasping for air, he realizes that the great cataclysm was only seconds away from happening. With a massive burst of energy, he takes to the skies, clutching the heavy golden spear in his arms. But then he freezes. He cannot believe his eyes. Stammering, he whispers the name of the legend, Alistair. Even from behind, a single glance is enough to recognize that heroic silhouette. He pulls out a portrait of his idol, comparing the legendary figure in front of him to the image in his hand. He realizes this is the man who has been the focus of his entire life's obsession. He stares at the portraits, remembering the day he swore he would become a rogue hero, just like Alistair himself. He made that vow 1,000 times. Now, face to face with his hero, he begs Alistair to take him as a disciple. Stunned, the rogue knight asks what on earth the boy is talking about. Arthur turns bright red, feeling like a total fool. He quickly corrects himself, explaining that he simply brought back the commander's spear, handing the weapon over. Trust me, you and I are just getting started with this legend. All right, you and I are diving into a world where even Dark Lords have massive fanboys. The boy claims he has nothing worthy, but offers this ancient lance for an autograph. Lord Lucian calls it the finest tribute he has ever received. Excited and blushing, the soldier reveals his name is 𝒊𝒏𝒂-𝒊𝒏. He cannot believe the great fallen lord actually asked for his humble name. High above the kingdom, Julian floats in the celestial void. He is struggling to move, then finds his momentum again. He finally stabilizes himself in the freezing heights. Julian realizes that in this thin air, no sound can ever reach him. In an instant, he focuses his inner strength. With one massive burst, he dives at high speed back toward the earth. Falling like a burning star, Lady Michaela asks the fallen knight how he dares to claim the mantle of justice. Lucian says if she ends her crusade now, he will show mercy. Furious, she screams, "Do you honestly think you are worthy?" Lucian replies that true justice lives in a man's heart and deeds, whether it is held by a saint or a sinner. Smiling, he launches a devastating strike at the High Saintess. She dodges the lance, staring at her former ally with absolute determination. As they dance in a lethal aerial duel, Michaela repositions herself to go on the offensive. She swings her heavy blade with holy power, but Lucian blocks it effortlessly. The warrior maiden sneers that if he cannot control the lance, he should just drop it, but he claims he can master any weapon in seconds. Meanwhile, Michaela continues her relentless, crushing assault. With a lethal spin, she strikes at Lucian one more time. He simply teleports away, mocking her and suggesting she should be the one to surrender her weapon to the abyss. Now watch this part closely. Things are about to go from 0 to 100 as Michaela loses all her patience. Julian shouts that he has finally mastered the art of flight. He screams for them to stop, while Lucian promises to return her justice. But he will do it his way, asking her how it feels to be broken by her own sacred lance. Michaela yells that a wretch like him has no right to speak of holy justice so recklessly. Without a word, the powerful lance flies toward the saintess. She avoids the incoming projectile with practiced, graceful ease. You and I both knew someone was getting hit, but definitely not our hero, Julian, who takes a direct strike. The light in Julian's eyes begins to dim. As he plunges toward the dirt, he hears Lady Helena calling his name. He keeps falling toward the earth at terminal velocity, but his guardian spirit dives desperately to catch him in midair. Helena spots a dark shadow, quickly closing in on the unconscious boy as well. 𝒊𝒏 appears, shouting that the lance must never touch the ground, and he has to stop the impact no matter what. Helena is utterly shocked, wondering why a demon would ever help them. Gritting his teeth, the soldier reaches for Julian's arm, but what he actually grabs is the Archangel's holy lance. Smiling, he says he is not ready for a second cataclysm today. Suddenly, he realizes he must return it to Lucian, but notices the tip of the lance has mysteriously vanished. The spirit passes him at incredible speed, saying his help does not change the fact that they must save Julian. High above, the saintess suddenly feels a strange void in her magical aura. Turning around, she realizes her connection to justice is gone. Helena flies with everything she has to reach Julian before it is too late. Moving at full speed, she knows protecting Julian is her most vital mission, and she cannot let him be harmed. Because if she fails to protect him now, it would mean she is a total failure as a guardian, and she will save him regardless of the personal cost. Finally, she catches our hero in her arms. Looking at his torso, she sees where the holy spear struck him. To her shock, the wound is already healed, and the tip of the spear has completely disappeared into his body. Michaela understands now that her justice has been absorbed by the boy, drawn away to some far-off, scorching realm. Roland screams for 𝒊𝒏, asking if he is still alive and why he is not reporting his status. He fears if this disaster happens on his watch, he will be cast into the eternal abyss. But suddenly, something grabs his attention as he wonders what that strange and dark energy could possibly be. A mass of shadow surrounding him shatters like glass. Falling to his knees, he realizes his ancient restraints have been undone. He wonders if the power of ultimate judgment has finally awakened. A huge pillar of fire erupts, and a demon asks if he feels the chains of hell finally breaking apart. Trust me, we are about to see their power crumble. All right, you and I are about to see a hero who endured hell, but never expected to be liberated this suddenly. That massive demon roars that vengeance only breeds more vengeance, promising a grand reckoning for those who dared to judge him. While Alaric struggles to dodge that giant foot with a desperate shout, the demon calls for all who were condemned to rise and prove their innocence. A hand grabs the ledge of the abyss, calling the massive creature rude for trying to return there. He calls it a close call, while bizarre monsters swarm from the depths, making Alaric feel a sense of impending dread. Pay attention here. The demon demands those who wielded the sword of judgment without proof to finally release their deep, stored-up fury. Ignoring the chaos, the High Inquisitor insists they must continue their duel. But Lucian tells her to wait, because their time limit has finally expired. She strikes regardless of his words, insisting there is no such thing as a time limit during a holy trial, as he frantically argues that she's misunderstood him. The fallen knight gestures to the side, telling her to look behind her before she makes a mistake. The Inquisitor turns back and stammers in shock, asking why a legendary behemoth is standing right there. The giant identifies Michelle and Lucian as his ancient enemies and cowards, while our young hero begins to speak very seriously. On this day, humanity remembered the true terror of their rule. Michelle is confused by the sudden speech, but you and I know Alaric just can't resist a monologue when a giant is on screen. Enraged, the behemoth curses them and prepares to strike. Dodging, Lucian notes the giant's language has worsened over time. He tells the giant to hold on, suggesting that even if they aren't friends, they might still share common interests. He asks if it's true that they're still technically allies on the side of the same dark faction. Engulfed in flames, he says Mercy is dead. He wonders if the frost worm was also freed and asks what is happening in this kingdom. Michelle explains it looks like a revolt triggered by the weakened state of the sacred decree. Lucian asks if every prisoner has been freed, and she says it seems only those they judged together are loose. A massive demon appears, saying those heavy chains made them truly appreciate even the smallest taste of freedom. And yet, this cannot be seen as a blessing. Shouting, he demands they receive compensation for the long years they were condemned as absolute evil, and now it is finally their turn to judge. Using the open rift, Alaric also escapes the underworld. He notes 𝒊𝒂 once tried to trigger the reckoning, but was sealed away for exposing ancient prophecies. Stefan asks why anyone would start the reckoning, adding it is his own duty, while a voice calls to him from the other side of the portal. Meanwhile, Lucian focuses on evading the creature's attacks. The demon tells his leader that the giant is old 𝒊𝒂, the one who brought every condemned soul to the surface. Lucian asks the Inquisitor if they were the ones who judged him. She says no, but he's taking advantage of the chaos to cause all of this trouble. The boy quips that the giant really doesn't need to be showing off his shaved armpits. Ignoring him, the behemoth lands a crushing blow on the fallen knight, but once again, he only hits smoke. Furious, the giant strikes the earth with all his might. Lucian says that even if she wants to judge him later, they should form an alliance now, because if they combine their power like before, they can win. She pauses his trial but refuses to ever officially ally with evil. She claims that even without official authority, she will carry out this holy judgment with her own sheer determination. With resolve, she charges toward the massive creature. Wrapped in divine energy, she flies while dodging the behemoth's heavy attacks. Circling its head, she slashes at its neck. The giant asks why she hit that spot, and she says it was instinct. The giant grumbles that whenever humans see a titan, that specific attack becomes an instinct. Lucian realizes if Michel faces the giant, he must handle the frost worm alone, and this beast is extremely difficult. Down on the ground, Elena holds our hero while watching a horde of monsters sprinting directly toward them. She wonders why the underworld's armies have invaded the surface. She screams for Alaric to wake up, but he only groans. In total darkness, he asks what is happening, and a distant voice calls him baby. He says he's not a baby, and is at least old enough for a squire's license, wondering who the mysterious woman could be. The voice says that by a twist of fate, she finally has the chance to meet him. "Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next," Alaric stammers in shock, asking if this woman is actually his own mother. "Stick with me. You're about to see Julian wake up from a dream about roasted boar and ale." The voice keeps repeating the phrase while Julian, stuck between worlds, mumbles about that roasted boar and ale. He suddenly bolts upright, shouting for his roasted boar and ale, while Alara sighs in relief and thanks the heavens that her strange magic words actually work to wake him from his deep slumber. He immediately asks if she recognizes the figure from his vision. Alara confirms she knows him, but warns there is no time because a pack of monstrous bandits is closing in on their position. The great demon commander orders his troops to slaughter everything, vowing that nothing will stop his dark mission of absolute vengeance. Julian wonders if they should slay these deformed beasts, but pay attention here. The angel warns him not to judge by appearances. She claims there is no reason to fight because these poor souls were simply victims of high justice long ago. The moment she mentions justice, Julian's chest begins to glow with an intense, blinding celestial energy. The boy gasps, feeling a sudden, burning desire to pass judgment on every monster present. The Titan curses the Archangel for this cruelty, but Lady Michaela coldly replies that an absolute evil will always be an absolute evil, regardless of personal grudges. The massive beast roars that his hatred is overflowing and threatens to rip the holy warrior in half if he catches her. With one swift strike, the angel cleaves the monster's arm, making him howl that he's the one being torn apart. Michaela calmly states that if she must be destroyed, she will accept her fate willingly. The dragon calls Malachar a slippery coward, vowing to make him pay for his crimes as long as he keeps dodging. Malachar argues there's no need for such hatred, pointing out that Michaela is right there as a better target. The creature inhales deeply, readying a blast of fire and pure fury. He roars that Malachar delivered the final blow. Malachar explains that's just how you earn experience points, casually asking the dragon to stop breathing fire so they can actually talk things through like civilized beings. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a towering demon advances, urging his troops to take their bloody revenge. He declares that their rage from these false accusations won't be settled until the kingdom burns to the ground. The demon coughs, wondering if his long imprisonment in the Iron Keep made him soft. But check this out. He has been feeling a presence behind him for a while now, realizing a rat has been tailing him. Sir Roland suddenly leaps from the shadows, launching a lethal surprise attack at the beast. The creature dodges easily, kicking the knight away while mocking him for thinking such a pathetic amateur trick would ever work on a demon lord. He asks how long Roland has been following him, stating they have absolutely no reason to work together. Recovering his stance, Roland admits that, as you can see, he isn't exactly your typical holy knight. Even so, he claims his duties as an angel still remain, and seeing such a rampant criminal back in the world has reignited his sense of responsibility to the heavens. Targeting the demon, he fires his weapon, but the creature insists there is no reason to fight or label him a common criminal. Roland counters that escaping from the eternal abyss is a sin he simply cannot ignore, regardless of whether it directly concerns him or his personal holy mission on this earth. The demon asks if he really followed him just for that. He refuses to be called a criminal, just because he was born a demon instead of a high and mighty angel. Reloading his weapon, Roland explains that the fundamental difference between their two races makes this conflict absolutely inevitable and necessary. Good deeds from angels are praised, while the sins of demons are always punished. That is the natural order, but the enraged demon screams that he will never go back to those dungeons. A short while later, Julian charges forward, radiating a massive amount of power. With a devastating blow, he crushes one demon before advancing to the next, while Alara watches him hurl their enemies into the air with ease. Our hero has become significantly stronger, eliminating every threat in his path effortlessly. The angel begs him to stop, explaining this transformation is caused by the holy spear shard inside him. Julian admits he can't stop, because unless he is striking down these evil beings, his entire body feels an unbearable, painful, and crawling itch. Alara realizes this is Lady Michaela's holy plague, while Julian, lost in a deep trance, mutters that every evil force in this world must be completely eliminated. Looking at the glowing fragment, he claims that he finally feels a little bit better. The angel asks if he can endure the pain, but Julian says he hears a voice inside his head, demanding that he deliver absolute justice. She explains that justice itself has been embedded into his soul, and promises to find a way to extract that cursed, holy fragment. And trust me, we need to see Malachar fleeing that blue dragon. All right, you and I are about to see if words can stop a literal celestial dragon. He wonders if an elite celestial beast hunting a simple exile like him isn't overdoing it a bit with the power levels for this kingdom. He's actually disappointed by the scale of these attacks, asking if it's not a bit excessive to waste dragon fire on a target like him. The Drake scoffs, saying the name Lucius doesn't belong to a loser and that he's clearly hiding his true strength. He knows Lucius isn't the type to just dodge without hitting back, but our renegade claims it's a long story and he hasn't recovered his full power yet. The beast decides to skip the talk because it is finally time to end his life. Suddenly, the dragon senses someone coming and sees Sir Alistair, glowing with celestial energy, charging in at top speed. He lands a massive punch right into the beast's jaw. Alistair tells the monster that bullying the weak isn't fair, and as a champion of justice, he cannot just stand by and watch while injustice runs rampant. The Drake asks if a cheap ambush is now considered an act of justice. Alistair says helping a friend is always just. Lucius breathes a sigh of relief and thanks him for the save. Suddenly, with cold eyes, Alistair turns and says, "You're wrong. You are pure evil." He adds that judging absolute evil is the only way to honor true justice. Now pay attention here, This is where Alastair snaps and prepares to strike while Lucius wonders if the kid has finally lost his mind or suffered a total mental breakdown. He throws a barrage of punches at Lucius, but the renegade simply vanishes into thin air. Reappearing, the exile says they are friends and that attacking like this ruins every single memory they shared. Fully determined, Alastair prepares another blow and says the only path for evil is total solitude. Lucius watches in disbelief, wondering if the Archangel's influence has corrupted his mind. Out of nowhere, Alastair attacks again without saying a single word. Lucius realizes that even a single scratch from this strike could be fatal to him. Suddenly, Draven appears out of nowhere, shouting that saving his idol in a crisis is the ultimate act of loyalty and devotion. The dragon recovers, growling that turning your back like that is just an invitation for a surprise attack. Lady Myra shouts that, when the warnings pile up, kindness is no longer an option. Flying toward the massive colossus, she adds that only immediate judgment awaits him before charging and striking the creature. After that, she dives down to its feet and strikes again with massive force. She explains that she didn't take his arms before out of mercy, but rather as a small favor for being caught twice. The Colossus mocks her mercy, asking if she thinks losing an arm will stop him, but Myra calmly notes she knows the limb will eventually grow back. From the severed stump of the arm, we can see something starting to emerge. Zooming in, it is clear that a tiny hand is already regenerating. Myra notes she knows exactly how long that takes. She delivers a devastating overhead strike, smashing the creature squarely on the head with massive power. The earth shatters beneath it, and with a scream, it falls back into its eternal prison. You and I both know the dragon isn't done yet, but first, let's see how Myra handled that giant. Alastair says it doesn't matter if the resonance in his chest tries to speak to him. It would be irresponsible to blindly follow a voice when the final judgment of good and evil is his alone to decide, not someone else's. He wonders what judgment to make, while Hannah shouts for the boy who doesn't even realize what is happening. Myra asks why she's so worried, since this kid is clearly a powerful hybrid. She realizes he can spike his awakening level instantly, which is too much even for an elite guardian angel. She needs to maintain balance while on duty. Meanwhile, our hero thinks it's time to rediscover who he really is. The dragon growls that even if he wasn't burned, awakening inside his flames is an insult to his draconic pride. Focused, Alastair says that such petty actions are inconsistent with his true nature. Preparing a massive attack against the creature, he says he won't allow this anymore. He tells the drake to take this single strike and lands a heavy blow. The creature is slammed into the ground, completely defeated. Alastair says he doesn't need that justice with him, and it's better that powers he never owned return to their rightful master in the end. The Archangel notes that the power of justice could have changed him, yet he chose to cast it aside despite its strength. Looking at her blade, she says he is truly worthy of being called the apex of all hybrids. 𝒂𝒊𝒏 says dream memories are being sent through the link. Alastair just smirks and says, "See, I told you it was a link." And that's the bombshell. You and I just found out Alastair is the son of a high seraph. Wild, right? All right, you and I are about to see what happens when the blood of heaven and hell finally ignites. In the past, 𝒂𝒊𝒏 was stripped of her archangel rank by the High Council of Elders for questioning their laws. The Saintess Seraphina warns that once you are marked by divine justice, no mercy or circumstance will ever matter. She endured endless trials after being accused of carrying a devilish seed, told she should live in eternal shame. But she refused to listen, swearing to protect her child and never regretting the day she became a mother. 𝒂𝒊𝒏 then asks where Lord Balthazar fled, as it seemed the father was cowardly avoiding his own royal responsibilities. The Saintess deeply regrets letting that traitor vanish and asks if 𝒂𝒊𝒏 was sent to hunt him down personally. She demands they find him even in the deepest abyss, ordering 𝒂𝒊𝒏 to capture him and sever his very limbs. 𝒂𝒊𝒏 notes that for some strange reason, the High Council allowed the pregnancy to continue until the boy was born. But after that, the treatment of the Saintess changed forever. Hannah wonders if the High Council pulls every string, while 𝒂𝒊𝒏 explains how significant this forbidden hybrid truly is. Watch this closely. The council chose to imprison the Saintess in the abyss for the sin of her relationship. 𝒂𝒊𝒏 believed the Saintess's cruel sentence was truly unfair. As a high archangel, she had to hide her heart and judge everyone with a cold, iron fist. Our hero says he felt that same divine burden and duty, while justice was flowing through his own veins. He calls it a strange study trip, and after she thanks him for understanding, the Saintess's final sentencing begins. It seems the High Council abandoned the child, leaving him to grow up alone within the harsh mortal realms. Jack says he never felt abandoned because the kind parents who found him raised him with nothing but love. He has never met his birth parents, but they do not matter as much as the life he built himself. Suddenly, he realizes the time is different here and panics about how late it has actually become. He needs to rush back immediately, screaming to the confused archangel that he is going to be late for school. 𝒂𝒊𝒏 is confused, but Hannah explains that in the mortal world, skipping the Royal Academy is a social disaster. The woman warns him to stay alert, because Lord Lucius will surely come to hunt him down once again. She decides that the academy is actually the perfect place for her to keep a secret watch over him. Now pay attention, because the Royal Academy is about to get its most divine transfer student, yet 𝒂𝒊𝒏. Jack sighs, realizing his gut feeling about this whole situation was absolutely right from the very start. Now there is another strange transfer student, and she points directly at Jack's desk to claim her new spot. She insists on sitting in the corner, even though Jack warns her that 𝒂𝒏𝒆 usually occupies that specific seat. Something streaks through the sky at high speed, and someone shouts that they are finally out of tracking range. Lord Lucius appreciates the height, but complains about the cold mountain border standing between the heavens and the abyss. 𝒂𝒏𝒆 says it is an honor to save his favorite legend, though he is shivering uncontrollably in the snow. 𝒂𝒏𝒆 admits he has worshipped Lucius since childhood, but he confesses he now has doubts about his idol's power. He points out that during the last duel, the Dark Lord seemed far too cautious and strangely weak. If that is the case, he might not be the same legendary warrior 𝒂𝒏𝒆 always dreamed of following. Insulted, Lord Lucius asks if he truly looks that pathetic before triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion with one hand. He asks if the fan finds it warm enough now, having brought a gift of hellfire for his doubting servant. 𝒂𝒏𝒆 is burning up as Lucius explains that his true ancient power is currently sealed away in another place. He can only use a fraction of his strength until he completes a trade of equal and absolute value. Lucius wonders if claiming a power greater than his own will return his original strength tenfold when he breaks it. This is exactly why he needs the hybrid Jack, and he commands the demon 𝒂𝒏𝒆 to assist his plan. 𝒂𝒏𝒆 is relieved and declares that Lucius is truly the magnificent and trustworthy demon king he always admired. Lucius notes the demon's earlier disappointment, but 𝒂𝒏𝒆 swears his loyalty is now stronger than it has ever been. They will lure the hybrid to the ritual site, where Balthazar is currently guarding the seal on Lucius's power. At the academy, the teacher greets the class and announces he is skipping attendance because he trusts them all. So what do you and I make of this? Even a divine judge has a lot to learn about human trust. The Meister looks around, asking if 𝒂𝒏𝒆 is missing or just running late. Suddenly, 𝒂𝒏𝒆 speaks up to confirm his presence. The Meister warns him that if he keeps pretending to be absent, he will be marked with a formal reprimand. He claims he changed seats to make new allies, and the Meister asks the rest of the class if every student is finally settled in their proper places. Stick with me, because 𝒂𝒏𝒆 is hiding a dark secret. Malaker gave him the power of mist to help kidnap young Julian. Thrilled, he asks if he is actually receiving a forbidden technique, while Malaker dismisses it as a simple parlor trick. He explains that Lord 𝒂𝒊𝒏 is blocking his path to Julian, so 𝒂𝒏𝒆 must settle like dust and become his invisible shadow. The Dark Agent agrees, claiming he never misses an opening and will definitely seize this chance for glory. Now in his place, something unexpected catches the man's attention. He spots our hero, realizing his new mission allows him to stay close and devote himself to worshipping his idol. The Meister continues, wondering where young Alistair is and if he has dared to leave the academy session early. Suddenly, the boy bursts into the room, apologizing with a nervous smile for being late, but he announces that Alistair of the Eastern Isles has finally arrived. He claims he got the address mixed up, and the Meister tells him that he barely escaped a harsh punishment. So the boy asks if that is his seat. Mikhail is suspicious. While Lady Helena senses something is wrong, the real Alistair would never have spoken with such a formal tone. The boy greets the group like they were his oldest friends, but Helena is certain that the way he speaks is completely off. 𝒊𝒏 realizes the soul meter is still glowing crimson, which means the true Alistair is still trapped in the abyss, so he wonders who this person actually is. Now pay attention. Down in the depths, the demon asks Alistair who truly deserves this fire, trying to drag him down too. He asks if a condemned soul belongs here, or if the one who keeps sinning is the one who should stay instead. Alistair replies that without a righteous judge present, everyone must face their own inner court. With a perfect strike against the beast, the boy finally banishes him deeper into the dark void. But the monster won't go quietly, lashing out with shadows, refusing to suffer in the abyss alone. Alistair dodges the frantic attacks, while the monster screams they are both sinners and asks why only he must suffer. But the boy argues that sin and final judgment are two completely different things. The warrior explains. That pure evil must face a heavy price, a code of honor kept by all who walk the path of light. He declares that by upholding this sacred law, he has earned the right to pass final judgment. As the demon burns, it screams about unfairness, but Alistair just watches, knowing the world was never equal since the dawn of time. High in the citadel, word arrives that Alistair has failed his objective. They say even a guardian knight given the advantage is being swayed by human feelings, and as his brother, he should have been capable of handling the boy. But another person responds that this is becoming dangerous. You and I see the chaos brewing, but the High Lord Oriel wonders why everyone is so panicked about remote access, considering he is still Alistair's own brother. Another council member insists someone must take the blame for this entire mess, specifically the one who started it. They argue that, if their grand strategy were actually working, this hearing wouldn't be happening if the plan were solid, but Oriel argues that the boy hasn't shown enough awakening progress to be called a hybrid yet, so the mission is still in its early stages. A voice booms that such deceptive behavior is forbidden for a high commander of the Heavenly Legion. If the hybrid awakens and joins the abyss, it will mean a total disaster for our kingdom. Oriel asks if they expect him to take on that burden, and the voice commands him to bring the boy to the citadel at any cost. The commander asks if just bringing him is enough, and they promise the High Legion will handle the rest once he arrives. Smiling, he vows the mission will be finished. He doubts his identity will stay hidden, but back at the academy, we finally see who has been masquerading as our hero. Lady Helena is still suspicious, but the impostor approaches her, softly insisting that he really is Alistair. The atmosphere is heavy with doubt, but the Meister interrupts, announcing a new evaluation starting tomorrow. Their group quest results will count toward their academic record, becoming the most crucial factor for their admission into the Royal College of Valor. Our hero is surprised and turns to the girl, mentioning that a 50% success rate is a miracle, while she mocks his lack of study habits, calling it a great opportunity for him. And that is where we leave Alistair, in deep trouble. All right, you and I are about to dive into a world of knights and celestial trials that will blow your mind. Myra isn't sure, but it looks like a test. The instructor chooses squads, pointing at a group of misfits. Roland asks if it's a vanguard group. The lady agrees, telling them to ready their blades since their opponents are likely shadow fiends from the dark abyss. The master notes a squad is short on men, so he's appointing Sir 𝒊𝒏 to lead this new unit. 𝒊𝒏 is thrilled, asking if he's really getting his own command instead of just joining the others. The master nods sternly, confirming he will indeed be the captain. Roland figures they're hunting fiends, but the girl scoffs, saying low-tier beasts are an insult to high guardians like them. The beast argues he belongs on the other team, while the annoyed boy snaps at the teacher that he has a proper noble name. The instructor lists them as Silas, Julian, and Jasper, leaving the lady curious about this odd combination of warriors. Then, the teacher reveals the main objective of their upcoming knighthood trial. Now pay attention here, the story's about to take a dark turn into the abyss. Down there, a beast calls for Lord Alistair, wondering who dared enter. A noble approaches carrying a massive skull, looking completely disgusted as he demands absolute pardon in exchange for his dark and dangerous cargo. Roland presents the head of Malphaz, asking for his reward. He claims this bounty is surely enough for a full pardon, while the fiend watches him with sharp, suspicious eyes as the boy glares back. Then the creature says he'll run the numbers on his soul tally, while the boy asks if people still use such ancient tools. The beast swears by the gods and even pulls out a spare soul tally. He checks the numbers, sighs in relief, and says it was close. Then the old beast grumbles that he has no choice but to let the boy go. Roland says he's leaving immediately, but the beast protests since the scroll isn't official yet. Alistair just tells him to send it by mystical messenger later. He clarifies this is a stay of execution, not a full pardon, since he's only exempt from current punishment. The creature squints at the parchment and agrees he needs to rewrite the terms immediately. Rising at high speed, Roland wonders how he could ever forget the divine scent of the Etherian paradise. He thinks he needs a full review, first as he arrives at the great temple in the heart of paradise. A voice asks why he's back so soon and empty-handed, leaving Roland completely baffled by the chaos unfolding around him. Back at the academy, the teacher announces their next grand task, conquering both the Etheria and the abyss. The High Guardians are stunned, wondering how mere mortals could ever dream of seizing the heavens and hell. The master explains it's purely symbolic, while Roland asks for clarity and the girl calls it a metaphor. It means becoming your own master. She lectures them on the true nature of light and shadow, and how those forces truly shape the human heart. The instructor demands a deep presentation, urging them to use their inner spirit to find the path to truth. You and I both know school is tough, but for Mara, this mental test is a total nightmare now. Seraphina insists they give their all, even without a pass, since it's her sworn duty as his protector to help Leon achieve his legendary dreams. The Seraph notes she seems far too invested in this boy, calling her behavior quite excessive. She knows about her illegal flight from the Spire's dungeon, all done just to shield Leon from the coming storm. She demands to know why she's so desperate, sensing there's a much more personal reason behind her reckless actions. Surprised, she finally asks, "Could this be love?" She presses her, insisting that these deep feelings for a mortal boy have finally started to take root in her immortal, celestial heart. Caught off guard, Leon turns and asks if she's really standing right there. She wonders if she truly loves a human. Leon excitedly asks if she heard, because this trial is his golden chance at the academy. He says his bond with Avalon is his greatest source of power. They'll win together. Confused, the girl wonders why her face is suddenly burning like fire. He says only she can make his dreams reality, leaving her confused by this strange, fluttering heart. He gets close, begging her to listen, while she wonders why her heart is racing as she vows to help. After all, she is his guardian spirit. Blushing deeply, she hopes she can manage these new emotions while a suspicious girl watches them from the shadows in the distance. Silas shouts that this trial is much more than a grade. "Trust me, you and I just saw something epic. You and I are watching a story of thin alliances." He demands total teamwork and plans to watch Jackson's squad closely since they share the same tactics. The boy snaps back, asking who that jerk is to give orders, stating he just wants to graduate. While the girl curses the rival's presence, She promises the boy she will back him up completely. She claims she is an expert at surveillance and sabotage, aiming to crush Jackson's team once and for all. Victor agrees, liking the sound of that. She wonders if a real demon joined them and suggests acting like shadows. Suddenly, she spots Isabella lost in a daydream and wishes she could just get rid of her forever. As Adriel says that this is basically a mortal errand, and he wonders why high archangels like them are doing human work. She explains the mortal realm runs on cold, rigid rules because people there simply do not trust anyone. Now pay attention, because the way they test their own kind is absolutely brutal, and she hurls her heavy spear. Terrified, he screams, asking why on earth she would attack the supreme commander of the archangels. Her spear halts inches away. Surprised, Myra realizes she was right. He really is the great commander Alaric. She claims the lack of justice here proved it, but he asks if she really risked his life just to check. Myra notes that the celestial spire must be in total chaos right now. She asks why the commander himself is here, and he explains he is undercover to hunt the morning star. The commander insists the morning star can wait and demands she help him fulfill the High Council's secret orders. Myra realizes he is talking about Alaric. She explains he was the mastermind who developed the entire hybrid project within the mortal realm. This entire mess originally started with Alaric's own ambition. Later, back in the spire, a booming voice calls for Commander Alaric, saying support is ready for his return. Adriel fakes his response, pretending to be his brother as the council's voice echoes through the hall. They warn him that going alone to retrieve the powerful hybrid is far too dangerous of a plan. The High Council grants him an elite army. He stares at the throne, the ultimate seat of power, belonging only to the Archangel Commander. Sitting there feels so natural, even though he has never actually held such authority before. They will send the Spire's army to defeat Adriel on Earth, securing the throne of the Archangel Commander, a title for the King of Paradise. But in truth, he always craved that seat. Even as twins, his brother got the pure bloodline and the easy promotion to Archangel. But there is only one throne, so he spent years acting like he did not care about power. Adriel asks for another duel, claiming he is perfectly happy staying away from the Spire for now. I know what you are thinking. A life of freedom always sounds better than living in a golden cage. He recalls being summoned. Alaric told him that his corrupt behavior is a disgrace to all of heaven and degrades the angels. Adriel fired back, saying since he has no crown to protect, he has no reason to uphold any dignity. The commander threatened to strip his rank, demoting him to a third-degree fallen angel with heavy restrictions. A never-ending list of missions followed. Capture more demons, conquer the third region of hell, bring the artifacts, and even scrub his brother's back. Finally, an order comes to descend to the mortal realm to find the hybrid and bring it home. He realizes that while he was sent to help the hybrid, that stolen throne is now his to keep. This is his chance to erase Alaric. He orders the celestial armies to seal away his own brother forever. But the council snaps at him to stop playing around and hurry up with the real mission. They tell him to catch his breath and find that hybrid. A young man asks if he is Alaric. They tell him to descend, while the man wonders if that was not Adriel's job all along. Meanwhile, back on Earth, someone uses celestial energy to soar. Our hero blasts through the sky at high speed, spotting a balcony up ahead. He spots the glass window, and with a quick move, he braces himself and smashes through. Glass shatters everywhere. Striking a grand pose like a hero from legend, he declares that he has arrived. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see the fallout. All right, you and I are about to dive into a world where being a halfling is a total death sentence for Julian. His guardians look curious. Then Julian begins to speak. He claims he broke his academy records, so now he wants to focus solely on his upcoming nightly performance trials. His father asks if they gathered for such a trivial story, even though they bought a premium feast for this. The woman snaps back, asking how that is pointless when it is what matters most to Julian right now. The father tells him to just accept his hybrid fate and join the heavens instead of pursuing these dangerous trials. She insists his own opinion matters, and he should follow his heart. This time, the father protests loudly. Julian keeps eating while they bicker, knowing they will always be his parents regardless of his biological bloodline. Elsewhere, a voice notes that swaying him is proving harder than expected. Another asks if persuasion alone is enough, and via the link, they tell the high command the feast was their idea. And the celestial being agrees it was a clever plan. Then he asks if he can take him now for a talk, but the man asks if it is necessary. He looks nervous. Meanwhile, the mother is in her chambers, sending a daily report to her dark masters. And the father watches her, hiding behind the cracked door. He suspects she is just playing the role of a loving mother to hide her true mission from the abyss. He believes she is purely focused on her mission and should just carry it out. She vows to find an opening soon. Smiling, the father enters the room, asking if their son is studying. Walking in with a small snack. Julian says he is preparing for the trial, though his father thinks the boy has no idea what it involves. The father suggests a trip to the tavern for a break, but Julian says he has barely worked an hour. Awkwardly, the man apologizes. Julian says starting the project is half the victory. Since half the work is finished, he decides he can take a break. Now pay attention. This is where their double lives finally start to collide. She concludes he is ordinary, focusing on his studies just like any human boy his age. Legends were exaggerated. Magical communication will now cease. The mother hangs up, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a dark magical booth in the abyss, a demon hangs up while his companion asks for the update. He warns not to trust her, suspecting the demon playing the mother is being tainted by human emotions. That mysterious figure calls this phenomenon maternal instinct. He calls love the vilest of emotions and decides that new agents are needed to replace her immediately. When asked where to find them, he says his elite agent is already waiting to enter the mortal realm. Meanwhile, back in the mortal realm, you and I saw this coming, right? The father rushes them because tavern prices rise, while Julian asks for a refund. Havana senses trouble and follows them, vanishing into the shadows right as the academy bells finally finish ringing. Julian asks what his father wants to sing, and the man promises to shake the tavern with his thunderous voice. Julian thanks the heavens for being able to share these new, precious memories with his father. Ariel says they have arrived and tells Michael to make haste. Surprised, the girl asks if she is coming along. The commander explains she must assist in capturing the halfling. The bard says she is the queen, until someone finally stops the play. The performance ends, everyone claps. She asks how long it has been since their last talk, boasting of her fame, before her expression suddenly shifts. This mission seems fun. The commander orders a marker placed in her room. Suddenly, trust me, you and I are about to see war begin as that holy blade marks the target room. Lord Alaric claims that if that defines justice, then it must be a truly unbreakable foundation. Now, the High Commander's seal will be added to the foundation, creating a perfect beacon to absorb all the celestial light when the time is right. Stick with me here. While the prince's father asks what he will sing, Julian chooses an old ballad before sensing something truly strange in the air. Smiling, Alaric welcomes them back, asking if they are pleased to see him now that he has finally tracked them all down in this one spot. His father asks if this newcomer is just another classmate from the Night Academy. He claims he looks far too mature to be a student, but the man insists he is a mere servant whose face the king has simply never seen before. The king remains confused, asking if his son's friends are already working in the royal service. Julian apologizes, saying he has no time to chat right now while he's about to perform a ballad with his father. The boy asks if Millicent came along as well. She stammers nervously, admitting she never realized how popular these ballad rooms were, but he insists she can use it first. Then the king notices that the magic resonance crystal has been altered. The archangel says, since he will be summoned to the heavens very soon, he can grant him this small moment to sing a final song with his father. Now pay attention. Millicent is stunned, feeling like she is actually seeing two versions of the same person in the exact same place. With a deafening roar, the commander screams his brother's name and launches a powerful blast of energy that sends the man crashing head-on through the stone walls. He bounces off the surrounding palace rooftops and lets out a loud groan before smashing into a massive stone pillar. Sir Roland emerges from the wreckage of the tower, scanning the surrounding buildings for his next target. Meanwhile, our hero assumes these must be Millicent's belongings left behind, but he is quickly mesmerized by the beautiful light and magic vibrations they are creating in the room. He thinks she's a true friend for leaving him such a magnificent gift for his performance. Running nearby, Millicent wonders what to do, knowing she cannot interfere in a blood feud between two noble brothers. But as a celestial, just standing by and watching the carnage would be a betrayal of her oath to justice. And right now, divine justice is calling for blood. Inside the chamber, father and son sing on, unaware that the vibrating light is actually celestial energy. Alaric demands his brother stop, asking why he would bring such ruin upon his own kin. The knight snaps back that his family is exactly why his entire life has been a miserable curse. Roland draws his weapons, declaring that it is finally his turn to strike back. The High Commander sneers, easily blocking every blow while claiming these weak attacks can never truly harm him. You and I saw this coming. Roland isn't aiming for his brother, but the space directly above him. A pile of debris falls on him, and a heavy horse-drawn carriage seems to strike him directly. But Alaric appears beside the wreckage with a dead serious expression, asking his brother if he truly desires to steal his rank and position as the High Commander. Roland says there's a chance he could win, while his brother's power is restricted to the human realm. This victory could change their lives completely. Meanwhile, inside the building, Lady Alara enters the hall. Millicent asks how she got there, and the girl replies she was just worried about Prince Julian. The Archangel says that's not her concern, as this is a decision made by the High Citadel. She adds that Julian will be summoned to the heavens by the coming light, and it's only natural for lower-ranking angels to serve this greater divine good. Alara falls silent, watching the king and prince sharing a moment of pure, simple joy together. She declares herself Julian's guardian protector, but Millicent sees through her, realizing that the girl has actually fallen deeply in love with the mortal prince. She warns Alara that these human feelings are excessive, and she has no control over them. But the girl says there is nothing wrong with her emotions, as she feels something much purer and simpler than holy law. The Archangel says love is a dangerous influence that has made her lose her divine purpose. Lady Alara remains standing there in the hallway, listening to the music and thinking. A fragment of the ballad echoes from the room about wishing upon a star, making her blush as she thinks about the deep meaning behind that sweet melody. Elsewhere, another heavy carriage is magically hurled toward the High Commander of the heavens. Roland asks if he can finally take a break while he's trapped here, suggesting a long vacation in a realm that is neither the heavens nor the pits of hell. But his brother simply cuts through the flying carriage, stepping out to ask who Roland thinks he is. He reminds him that he is the High Commander with his own holy army to protect him. A light appears in the sky as he explains that his legion is always ready to support him. And trust me, you and I aren't ready for what comes next as a meteor descends from the heavens. All right, you and I are about to see a heavenly exam where the head angel asks if everyone understands that this test is the most important of their lives. This trial will dictate their entire career path. Trainee Hannah stands ready, responding with a sharp, "Yes, sir." He commands her to tune into the mortal prayers, just as she was trained to do in her practice. Taking a deep breath, she focuses, brushing back her hair to hear a flood of voices begging the goddess for riches, successful love, and countless desperate requests. She stays perfectly still, analyzing the heavy weight of every prayer reaching the heavens. Hannah is completely stunned. Seeing such diverse desires, the master notes that humans are selfish, which is why they need their guardian angels. She recalls the old song, "When you wish upon a star, your heart's desire will finally come true." Down in the mortal realm, young Jack's mother calls for him, telling her son they must leave before it gets far too dark. He mentions learning that song in class, hoping that if angels are real, they can hear his voice. Watching from above, Hannah is deeply moved and vows to help the little boy with his request. Now, watch closely. This is where she has to prove her worth within a 5-minute limit. Suddenly, the angel manifests, asking for his wish. The boy wonders if she is a real spirit or just a drawing. Hannah laughs, noting that such a small child certainly has a lot of big questions. He only wants one thing. Ever since his bad haircut, he just wants his parents to stop fighting. Hannah calls him a kind soul, noting most kids his age would just ask for expensive toys or new video games. Jack credits his parents for his good manners. He claims he does not need toys, and that his new haircut actually made him top of his class. He prays for his mother and father to find more happiness than he has. An old man watches him talk. Hannah looks at him with pure kindness, promising to bless his family with the eternal happiness they truly deserve. She hopes that if she ever becomes a guardian, she can watch over someone with a heart like his. Stunned, the boy feels the joy and asks her to be his protector when the time finally comes. She cannot promise anything but shares his hope. The boy then asks if angels can make wishes too. She confirms they can, but only the most sincere desires will ever manifest into true reality. As the man and his father sing that childhood song, Hannah realizes this adult is the same boy from years ago. "You and I saw that coming. His wish came true, just as a massive meteor targets them." As he fires his weapon, he realizes stopping a meteor with a pistol is like throwing eggs at a stone. The massive rock nears the earth, and Arthur decides he must face the impact head-on. He pushes himself to the absolute limit, knowing he needs enough strength to survive this direct collision. With fierce determination, he charges the meteor, swinging his weapon and shattering the massive stone into 1,000 pieces. He sighs in relief, but from the scrap heap, Julian mocks him for thinking he could ever truly compare. He asks if the man is truly ready for judgment. The sky clears for a second before a massive energy beam slams Alistair into a crumbling wall. The commander walks up, declaring that his status in the heavens is now nothing more than a lowly servant. It is time to sever all ties with this family, as their paths are now destined to be separate. Ariel asks Michael if the preparations are done. She confirms the target is locked. Hannah asks what comes next as Lord Uriel snaps his fingers to finish the mission early. Divine energy begins swirling violently above the massive building. Inside, our hero and his father sing joyfully. The dad asks if the catchy tune is from a cartoon. Suddenly, the room glows with celestial light, and the father begins to drift off the floor. Both of them rise into the air as a massive suction force pulls them upward. Meanwhile, in the shop on the ground floor, a girl tries to buy cigarettes, but the clerk demands her identification first. Without warning, the light grabs her too, lifting her up as the clerk yells about her being a delinquent. "Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next," as Isaac plots his revenge, while the sacred absorption power suddenly pulls him screaming into the air. "All right, you and I are watching a crowd get sucked into the rift, screaming for their lives." Anna throws the door open, shouting for Jack, while Michael yells at her to stop being so reckless. Suddenly, she dives straight into the light. With total focus, she flies toward him, vowing to keep him safe. As the crowd spins inside the rift, the angel draws closer, calling out to Jack. Alina, his classmate, watches in shock and asks why he is even here. Meanwhile, that angry noble realizes this kid is the famous Jack everyone has been looking for. Everyone continues rising chaotically through the energy tunnel. Anna remains determined, chasing after the boy she protects while ignoring everyone else as she moves straight toward Jack. Alina spots her again and gets annoyed. She glares at the girl, her jealousy finally reaching a boiling point. Now pay attention, because we are about to see the day Alina planned to finally approach Jack. It was fate. He was the new student in her class, and honestly, he was exactly her type. She used to watch him from a distance, noticing how he always checked his watch with a mysterious look. She planned to finally talk to him that day, hoping they could become friends and spend time together. But suddenly, he ducked into a side alley and bolted, leaving her standing there in total shock. She tried to cut him off at the exit, but he was too fast, disappearing into the distance again. She hears Anna vowing to stay right by his side. She wonders who this girl is, appearing from nowhere to follow him at school. Always so excited, she starts introducing herself to every single person in the room. Anna walks up to our hero to say hello, and he actually greets her back. Ever since then, those two have been inseparable, leaving Alina waiting months for another chance to talk. Seeing Anna take the spot right next to Jack makes Alina feel a massive surge of pure jealousy. Back in the rift, Alina decides she won't let Anna keep Jack all to herself anymore. You saw that too, right? Alina dives in as the angel finally reaches Jack and hugs him. She begs him to leave, promising to help, but Jack says the light power is just too strong to escape. Anna doesn't care. She tells him that is exactly why she is there to pull him out of this. The angel strains to pull him, but Jack yells that it is useless and they aren't moving an inch. Suddenly, someone grabs Jack by the feet, shouting that she will be the one to save him instead. Alina tries to help Jack, but in the next moment, she is pulled with force along with him while the boy screams that he told them this was impossible. He tells them to stop pulling in opposite directions, but Alina refuses to let go of his feet. Anna snaps back that she is the only one who can help. Meanwhile, Lord Alaric reflects on his latest mission. He thinks he did a decent job, despite that brat making things way more difficult than they needed to be. Suddenly, he spots something moving fast. It is his brother, Rowan, charging toward him with a face full of rage. Rowan yells that if he goes down, they both go down, slamming into Alaric toward the blinding holy light. Alaric screams no. He knows that if they enter the light together like this, they are both dead men. A massive explosion erupts, tossing everyone upward. Later, they wake up in a room that looks like a cathedral. Everyone is confused, looking around the strange temple. Jack finds his father and asks what happened to them. A huge man grabs Jack by the head and asks if he is the one who crippled Hugo, but our hero quickly defends himself, saying he would never do something that cruel. The man says the other guy was as pure as a literal angel. The man is losing control of his anger, while Anna asks if he has ever actually seen an angel. A mysterious voice asks if these are the captured humans, noting there are far more than they expected. One guy wonders if he died and went to heaven, though he knows he is not exactly the saintly type. Suddenly, another explosion rocks the room, and everyone dives for cover as the walls begin to shake. The voice accuses Alaric of acting on his own and demands a full explanation for this absolute disaster right now. Everyone freezes in shock. They look up and see two identical versions of Alaric. One claims to be the real deal, while the actual Alaric calls him a lying bastard. Anna wonders if this is the High Council, thinking they look even worse than she imagined. Alaric yells that the other guy is a total fake and that he is the true commander. He claims to be the true commander of the Celestial Army, while Rowan insists his ancient blood is the most noble. And that is where we leave it for now. Stick with me here, even these ancient statues are stumped. They finally respond, admitting they have absolutely no idea because the two look exactly the same. The voice adds that it doesn't matter because details aren't important to them. He then asks if any of the humans brought here is the legendary hybrid. Hannah tells the Supreme Council there is no hybrid among them. Both brothers immediately question her, asking what the hell she thinks she is talking about. She continues, claiming all these people are just ordinary humans trying to live their lives the best they can. The voice behind the statue asks who she is. Meanwhile, the schoolgirl mutters that she's pretending again, and that she really doesn't like her. Hannah says she's just a low-ranking angel. That voice snaps back, saying if she's so low-ranking, she has zero reason to be there. She knows angels should never lie, but just this once she'll do it for Jackie, claiming she's on a special mission. They ask if she can prove her words and risk her holy position as an angel. She explains that her investigation since infiltrating the human world shows the hybrid hasn't fully awakened yet. Possibly, it's only a myth and these people are mere humans. The voice says it can't sense a hybrid presence among those brought there. It only feels the spirit of regular, everyday humans. The brothers shout, "No way, I'm sure he is here." This boy is the hybrid. Then the council says if the two who claim to be commanders witnessed it, it is probably true. The two brothers celebrate together. But it's also true there's no sign of awakening in this boy. It questions if he might not be the real hybrid and just happens to be in the top 0.1% of humans. Ariel insists this is the real hybrid, while Hannah maintains that this boy is just a regular human. Determined, she says he has no power. He's a human without even a spark of divinity inside him. Now watch this part closely. Things are about to get violent. The voice suggests a test to see who is actually right. Whether it's the council's choice, or who the commander of the archangels says he is. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the place. It concludes that the arena will be a cage where no one can escape. An arena suddenly appears with the two men inside. Everyone watches from the stands while they remain at the center. Azazel asks if that's the Wailing Wall. This will be the first great battle since 𝒏 fought versus the Seraphim. The voice says if what Ariel said is true. One of the two must be the hybrid. The last one standing in this inescapable arena will be considered the real hybrid. Smiling, the man says there's no reason to run. He was looking for this guy anyway and thanks them for it. Hannah tells the boy that this is a trap and to escape from there. But Assel says he can never escape until the fight is over. There's no way to help Jackie now since this is a duel decreed by the Supreme Council. Russell explains that they may look pathetic, but they have enough power to destroy the earth, and this is a sacred ceremony that no one can interfere with. The statues look normal and even a bit pathetic, just as Russell had described them to be. Smiling, Ariel says they can just sit there and watch Jackie awaken. It is obvious who is going to win. The angel asks if they will definitely take him once they confirm he is the hybrid. Let's pause. Did you see that? Russell says of course they will, while Ariel explains this has been his fate since the day he was born. One thinks how disgustingly compatible they are, while the other thinks getting along this well is just annoying. Hannah is very worried, while the other girl comments with disdain on her dramatic expression. It looks like she's about to save the whole world on her own. She's pretending to be kind with no self-awareness, while Hannah prays Jackie can hide his powers. Meanwhile, the school friend yells that he can totally do this and to give it his all. Our hero looks very focused. He thinks if he reveals his power, the statues will notice and his ordinary life will surely come to an end. Very annoyed, that huge man says that this is what a real punch feels like. Before Jackie realizes it, he will be turned into fish stew. Screaming, he says he will make him lie next to Ushi while our hero shows no reaction. But in an instant, he vanishes and reappears right behind the man. The guy keeps charging while our hero easily dodges his attacks. Confused, the man wonders how he did that since he was sure he landed a hit. The schoolgirl says she cannot see him. Trust me, you and I are about to see this ordinary life go up in smoke. Even Hannah is surprised as his power starts instantly amplifying. Let's see if they finally sense his hidden power. Lady Alara says he's clever, dispersing his power into the air, and her brother admits he expected nothing less. Arthur asks the brute to stop, but the man just tells him to stay still and take it. Arthur plans to wait it out, while his opponent screams in pure frustration for him to quit dodging. He needs to be efficient, or these noble judges might actually catch on to his real ability. If he moves with the perfect rhythm, just like Sir Roland suggested, he'll be a blur. The stone sentinels won't notice. Alara just smirks at his clever little cheating skills. Iron Fist is impressed, thinking only the legendary Sir Gawain could move with such incredible speed. Suddenly, he snaps. It's time for a secret technique he hasn't used in a long time. He says people mistake his name for a foreigner's, but Baron Iron Fist can reach anyone with his massive fist. Arthur's surprised as the blow grazes him. Iron Fist can't believe he missed by a single hair. Beatrice explains the name comes from an ancient measurement their ancestors once used for a reach. Back in the arena, he doubles his reach, and as Arthur dodges, Iron Fist celebrates finally feeling the boy's clothes. The man gets fired up, unleashing a barrage of strikes with those special names. The tribunal sees superhuman speed, yet their sensors show absolutely zero magic in his body. Lord Caspian asks if the Duke sees it too. He just nods in silent agreement. Arthur looks bored. To the crowd, he's a blur, but to a trained eye, he's basically just taking a casual stroll. At this rate, no one wins today, but eventually, the half-blood will be the last one standing. Now pay attention. The tribunal just shrank the arena to force a bloody and fast finish. The space collapses. Iron Fist panics, yelling about some political trap while shielding his head from the magic. Alara enjoys the obstacle match, noting they've clearly learned something from the previous battle. The father realizes that voice he heard sounds incredibly familiar. He asks if he spoke to the commander earlier. Roland confirms it's Lady Alara and Lord Bose. But the real Alara screams that she's the only one. Now that he's cornered, Iron Fist realizes he's within a single span, the perfect distance for a surprise attack. With a thunderous roar, he quickly lunges at our hero. Arthur dodges, but suddenly, the brute's massive hand clamps down and pulls him into a bear hug. He slams Arthur into the dirt, trying to immobilize him. Our hero just looks surprised. He wraps his legs around him, declaring total domination over the boy. He laughs, promising to snap the boy's spine in half right now. Iron Fist claims no one has ever escaped his secret hold, but he's shocked to see the boy remains completely calm. In fact, he looks downright comfortable. He screams the name of his ultimate move, Pillar Breaker, aiming to send the boy straight to the afterlife. You saw that too, right? All he can feel from the boy is a strange warmth. Arthur says playtime is over. Playing. The brute can't even believe his ears right now. Suddenly, he stands up effortlessly and launches into the sky, shattering the stone ground below them. They soar through the air as Iron Fist screams in terror, stopping right before those ancient statues. He finally speaks, staring into their eyes, but after all, the stone guardians remain completely expressionless. He reveals his true nature as the half-blood, offering to show them his real awakening. A massive wave of energy erupts, blasting the screaming giant backward through the air. Iron Fist desperately tries to grab him, as the High Tribunal watches the event in total shock. A voice asks for a reading, as the power just shattered their sensors. So what do you and I think? Why on earth is he exposing his identity now? All right, you and I are about to watch Julian challenge the gods. He asks if they are satisfied and can send him back to the companions they abducted him from. Their answer is no. Excited, Helena says he is doing incredibly well. The voice claims he is a divine asset, an investment managed by the heavens themselves, making it only natural for him to return to them. Julian refuses to respond to such one-sided absurdity, stating that the only thing he wants is to return to his normal life. Alistair is shocked they allowed such defiance, while Lord Ezra Russell finds the whole situation truly exciting. A powerful light erupts from one of the massive statue eyes. Pay attention here, because defying the heavens comes with a terrifying price. Anyone who refuses their destiny becomes a traitor. They blast Julian with lightning. He shouts that being called a traitor just for wanting freedom makes no sense. The voice retorts that rejecting their path is pure evil, and their supreme mission is to purge it. Once again, they attack the boy with those devastating blasts. The boy declares that if this is the case, He has even more reason to refuse their path of fate forever. The man panics, thinking if he falls now, it is all over, so he must hold on tight. But the council refuses to give up. They explain that an untamed individual talent is evil and must act as an investment of heaven. Julian continues to defend himself against the powerful rays launched by the Supreme Council. Amidst the chaos, the man can no longer hold on and yells for help as his hands slip. Helena takes flight, begging them to stop, but Julian tells the angel not to go over there. The girl ignores him, raising her shield, while Julian warns her that it will not stop them. Suddenly, a huge explosion happens right in front of them. The angel is thrown violently against the wall, while our hero and his companion are also slammed into the stone. Julian asks if she is okay, while the man behind them looks like he is in bad shape. Then he notices the wall cracking and sees that his father is trapped way up there. That entire section breaks apart, and he begins to fall from above without understanding what is happening. He falls helplessly while screaming. The schoolgirl shouts that she should not act like she can do everything. Helena throws herself toward the man, promising that she will save her father. Julian vows that he plans to control his own life and live by his own values, asking them not to judge anyone based on their excessive rules. Alistair wonders how the boy speaks so well, while the council notes his hybrid nature. His words make the statues tremble, so they decide to confirm if he will truly hold to them. You and I saw that coming, right? A rift of light opens in the statues as the cloud of atonement appears. Those without sin will feel light as feathers, but the sinners will feel the weight of their crimes. For the worthy, that cloud may be their salvation, but for the unworthy, the sinful soul will be buried in hell for eternity. Julian holds the cloud like it is solid and asks the statues if there is a problem. Alistair smiles, noting that he truly is the hybrid, a perfect being. Desperate, the man climbs Julian, begging to be saved before something strange happens as he grabs the cloud. The man says the weight suddenly started to increase as he presses Julian against the cloud above them. A voice says that even he cannot handle this, and it is probably out of control now. He must be taken to the oracle. Julian tries to speak, saying it is not his fault, while the angel screams his name and the father panics. Julian is in a tight spot while the man cries, apologizing for his many sins. The girl thinks she has to do something for Julian, or that flirty rival will get all the credit for it, while the voice questions if he will succumb to the sins of others. Straining himself, he says he can bear those sins alone and continue to stand strong. The man calls him a true noble, a real man, and admits he never saw Julian that way. Meanwhile, a girl below decides to act because she believes her innocence will help. She believes she can surely reduce that weight, saying the only thing she would be ashamed of is truly liking him. Desperate, Julian yells for her not to jump, knowing that is not how it works. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this. The girl leaps, and things take a turn for the worse. While the father keeps falling, Helena does everything she can to help him, but the burden in her hand is far too heavy. All right, you and I are diving into a story where the lines between heaven and hell get very blurry. But instead of eating, they serve the meal to their enemies, leaving Lady Ariel fuming at the sight. The council admits things have gone south, having handed over their most valuable pawn to the abyss. As they plummet toward the earth, the girl screams for her knight, desperate to save him from the fall. She clings to the mist in terror while Arthur is shoved downward, thinking how ugly this all is. Finally, the trip ends with a bone-crushing impact. The force of the landing flings the girl far away. The sinner bounces off into the darkness, and that is when the Lady of Death herself appears. She is annoyed that heaven keeps dumping souls here for her to clean up their careless mess. Heaven talks about punishment, but the Reaper knows that real torment only happens down here in the abyss. Even while she is casually blowing her nose, she welcomes the newcomers to her dark kingdom. Falling in is easy, but staying requires a ritual. Arthur quickly makes it clear he wants no part of it. Now pay attention here, because even death is stunned to realize Arthur was not cast out by heaven. The giant man apologizes, sensing that this boy truly does not belong in a place this wretched. Death tells him to leave, explaining that the abyss is the polar opposite of the high heavens. Heaven rejects anything less than perfection, while this place takes the rest. Arthur asks if she wants him. Instead, she wants him to choose for himself, knowing his freedom will make the heavens suffer even more. She promises that if he speaks his desire, she will make his revenge a reality. She offers the power needed to crush those who caused him so much pain in the kingdom above. Arthur refuses, claiming he does not need revenge, and if he did, he would take it himself. Sensing his hybrid energy, she understands why he was chosen. Suddenly, a man suggests they all just stay together. He says villains like them belong here anyway, and honestly, the abyss feels more like home than heaven did. Finally reaching his limit, Arthur elbows the man away, shouting that they are nothing alike because he is getting out of here. He wonders why he should even return to a society he hates, while the girl lies nearby, unconscious. Waking up in a daze, she looks around the dark cavern, wondering where she has finally ended up. You and I both saw this coming. A mysterious man appears, calling her a lost little pup. She stares up at him, her heart racing as he descends from the shadows like a dark predator. He claims he found something interesting during his pre-lunch run to keep his blood sugar in check. The stranger tells her that her human soul is tempting and that he intends to keep it. She is dazzled by his looks, and he wonders if she is just another girl who falls in love too easily. She tries to deny it, thinking only of Arthur, but anyone watching would assume they were a couple. While he plots to use her soul as a trophy for his bedroom, something strange happens. He realizes they can hear each other's thoughts. She slaps his hand away, seeing right through his wicked plan. He reveals himself as Lord Belial, a great demon whose every evil thought becomes a terrifying reality. Despite the danger, the girl realizes that she does not actually find him all that repulsive. Belial asks if she understands that he can hear her thoughts too, while grabbing her head quite bizarrely. Suddenly shocked, he asks why she is not in her body yet and how she got here. He says he has no use for her vessel, leaving her confused about what that even means. Grabbing her arm, he decides it doesn't matter and that he is taking her straight to death. She hopes to go home, but he wants the Reaper to rip her soul out to make things easier. He smiles, telling her it will be quick. Humans are doomed to die eventually, so why wait? He promises it will be painless. She cannot believe how lightly he talks about ending her life. Suddenly, Death strikes with a shout, telling him to stop before she handles the soul separation herself. Our hero calls it a total ambush, telling the Reaper that her methods are truly wicked. And that is where we leave it. Even Death has to admit she is pretty evil, right? All right, stick with me. We are witnessing the Reaper thanking Julian before swinging her massive scythe, but our hero barely manages to sidestep the blow. Julian realizes his body feels heavier than back in the celestial realm, wondering if the Abyssal Kingdom's gravity is just that much stronger here. He grabs a hanging stone to stabilize himself, but the rock instantly cracks and shatters under the sheer pressure of his grip. Dropping down with his new blade, the Reaper tells him to relax. She prepares her next strike, promising him a painless end as a mercy. She slashes through the air, sending a massive wave of dark energy straight toward our young knight. Julian blocks with a chunk of falling masonry, but the impact is so brutal it sends him sliding across the floor. He wonders how things went from her trying to recruit him to this, a full-blown duel to the death. Noticing his clothes catching fire, he notes that these hellish flames aren't nearly as hot as the surface sun. The Reaper mocks him, asking if he is confused. She warns that the fires of this abyss will consume him in seconds. Pay attention here. Duke Balthazar arrives and points Julian out, claiming this expert will be the one to finish her off. Something stops Balthazar in his tracks. He stares at the human boy, realizing that even though they have never met before, he can instinctively sense that this boy is his own flesh and blood, his true son. Lady Alara hears him and realizes the truth. That handsome man standing there is actually Julian's long-lost father. She looks at the Duke and asks if he is Julian's father, and he calmly confirms that it is true. He says it's the first time he's ever laid eyes on this boy, but still, seeing his son grown up and fighting this massive battle, he's impressed. Elara smiles, saying the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, finally understanding why she's so drawn to Julian. Balthazar turns his focus back, saying they need to handle the Reaper first, but Elara worries about what happens to the boy. He simply replies that if the boy is truly his son, he will manage just fine on his own. The Duke calls out to the Reaper, asking her to pause the duel and kill the girl beside him instead. But the Reaper is locked in combat. She tells him she will get to it eventually, so he'll just have to wait. Balthazar realizes she is using an automated response to dodge requests she dislikes, and her voice sounds incredibly formal. Meanwhile, the Reaper keeps attacking while Julian blocks each blow. When he asks why she's trying to kill him, she explains his talent is trapped in a mortal shell and she wants to free it. She wants to release his inner power and claims it is simply for his own convenience. They have a new vessel waiting for him, and a nearby demon confirms that everything is already in place. They have been preparing this welcome for ages. Once they heard the hybrid was coming, they scrambled to finish the body. The overseer says he sent agents to find him earlier, but never imagined the boy would actually wander into their territory on his own. Now look at this, the best vessel they've ever prepared for a host. The body of an Iron Spire golem, the strongest physique in the abyss. Julian looks at it and feels like he has seen it before. They ask if he is excited to dump his weak mortal body for one with much higher combat stats. Julian stares at the body, while the demon brags about how carefully they have polished it. Suddenly, that body starts turning a deep red. Elara cries out that it's impossible. They're really trying to force Julian's soul into that terrifying monster. She calls it a massive downgrade from rank A to rank F, and begs the Duke to save his own son from this fate. The demon confirms he is indeed his son, but that doesn't mean he's obligated to help. He explains that mercy is just a weak human emotion. She screams that Julian is her boyfriend and desperately begs for the Duke's intervention. Balthazar seems intrigued by her words, but says even if she is his son's girlfriend, that doesn't mean he can't steal her away. Elara realizes he truly is a wicked demon. Julian simply says he likes his current appearance. The Reaper explains that his body is just a shell. With a powerful vessel, he could become immortal, but how could he ever become a true master in a weak form like that? She strikes again, narrowly missing him. Through the thick dust, we see Julian standing firm, gripping his weapon tightly. Filled with rage, he starts to speak, but she cuts him off immediately. She expects him to say something sentimental, like how he prefers his human form or that his current body is better. She charges past with a heavy blow that he barely blocks. From behind him, she asks what he plans to do now. Julian watches as the stone weapon shatters in his hands. Looking at the broken pieces, he realizes there is actually no point in talking to her anymore. He finishes by dropping the broken pieces and finally unleashing his true power. The Reaper thinks she was right. This silent energy is better than any unsatisfying answer. And trust me, you and I are about to see her most devastating attack yet. Stick with me, because our hero isn't even trying to dodge this time. He just watches as death's blade inches closer. Suddenly, he spots a familiar figure. Lord Lucifer is actually here, and honestly, no one knows why. As the Lord waves, Jackie realizes what is happening. That is Lucifer's legendary secret technique, and he has seen it before. He wonders if he could copy it, only to realize he already pulled it off. Death is completely stunned. From her perspective, everything was lined up perfectly for the ultimate killing blow. She screams for him to take this, unleashing her most devastating strike right at his chest. But something is wrong, and she realizes she missed completely. Embarrassed, she claims that was just a warm-up and not her real powerful move. Still, confusion starts to set in. She was sure he was in range, yet her bones are trembling with fear. Lucifer laughs, saying the boy took the initiative and stole her ability mid-fight. Without a second thought, our hero just turns around and starts walking away. While Jackie processes the shock, Death swears that her next strike will not miss its mark. If Lord Michael finds out, another war will start, but he is currently trapped in this place. The weight is crushing. He needs this massive skeleton to give him just one small opening. Standing still is not an option anymore. He apologizes and asks for forgiveness, preparing to dismantle every enemy in his path one by one. He concludes that to reach his goal, a bit of violence is required, and he truly hopes she can understand his difficult position. He lands a massive punch, sending Death crashing directly into the stone wall. It hurts so much she feels like she is actually dying. Even as a skeleton, she can feel the agonizing pain of her bones shattering. Bile explains this is a technique exclusive to Lucifer alone. As his son, it seems the boy is truly as impressive as expected. Now she's even calling him son. He shouts about how cool he is, then notices Yoonji watching. He realizes he has to save her too. Since Death is broken, he prepares for the final kill, explaining that he really does not want to stain his hands with unnecessary blood. The demon claims she can handle it herself. 𝒂-𝒊𝒏 then asks if he needs to step in and help as her loyal assistant. Now pay attention. A heavy chain suddenly whips through the air and locks around our hero's neck. Annoyed, he tries using his newfound powers to break free from the iron grip. He actually detaches his own neck to escape, leaving Yoonji terrified. But out of nowhere, more chains latch on and pull his head back, locking it into his body. The demon sneers that absolutely no one can escape his restraint ability, not even a powerful hybrid like our hero here. Our hero desperately grips the chains. It looks like he is in serious trouble now. This dog collar is permanent. The creature boasts that once it is on, not even the great Lucifer himself could break free from these iron bonds. Suddenly, a knight appears from behind, grabbing the demon and calling the ambush a dirty move that no real man would ever use. Since the fight was totally unfair, he decides to ambush the demon right back. The creature screams out, asking who this intruder is. He explains he was just waiting for the perfect moment to strike, while the hero and the skeleton were busy with their intense clash. Now he is here with Jack Kai. Still furious, he demands the demon act like a real man for once instead of using such low moves. Even as an enemy of the prisoner, the newcomer despises these dirty tactics because he considers himself to be a man of true honor. Grabbing the chains, he promises they will have a proper duel later. He tries to release the hero so they can fight together, but despite using every ounce of his legendary strength, the chains do not crack. Not even the hero's power can break them. The strong guy says that relying on a tool like that completely disqualifies him from being a man. Wait for it, he asks why they assume he is male. The kings of hell have no gender. Now our heroes are left wondering what this strange, bald figure actually is under that armor. He explains that they are actually hermaphrodites who reproduce entirely among themselves. Horrified, the two men cover their ears and beg him to stop the explanation. Annoyed at the interruption, the demon tosses the big guy aside like a pesky little mosquito, vowing to treat him like the insect he truly is. The impact sends up a massive cloud of dust. Now the knight is pinned deep into the wall and fully restrained by those chains. The knight screams coward, but the demon just laughs. Our hero is left wondering which one of them is the real coward in this situation. He welcomes them both to the world of evil, shouting that capturing the hybrid will make him a legend for the rest of time. And that is where we leave it. The soul is about to be separated from the body, and he will finally be free. All right, you and I are about to watch a demon realize he messed with the wrong hero, and it is going to be epic. Gaius reminds the demon he was warned. The creature let out a guttural groan of agony as his arm shattered into pieces. From his chains, the prisoner calls him a coward for destroying his own limb like that. Imagine striking a man in shackles only to fail miserably because your form was off. The demon snaps back, refusing advice from a mere insect pinned to a dungeon wall. The man continues, noting that anyone who knows how to fight can see his flaws. He tells him to fix his stance and focus. The fool actually struck the heavy iron chains instead. Then he screams for the demon to use his left arm and finish it in one blow. 𝒂𝒔 wonders whose side this guy is actually on. Staring at his fist, the demon finally understands. He vows to put every ounce of his dark power into the next strike. He is not holding back anymore. There is absolutely no way he misses the mark this time. He prepares his ultimate strike while a scream echoes out. The monster slams a heavy fist into our hero, shouting for a final finishing blow. When his core meets that massive wave of energy, the world ignites. The demon tries to show off his true power, but a sudden fiery explosion consumes everything in sight. Now pay attention here. The force of the blast sends our hero off the cliff. Meanwhile, Vale and the girl watch the stone ceiling shatter. He shoves her toward the cave, telling her to find shelter before the whole mountain collapses. Safely inside, she watches the world outside turn to dust as the ruins continue to crumble. The thug drags himself to safety, rambling some nonsense about how the explosion must be linked to the boy's strange, hybrid nature. From deep below, 𝒂𝒔 looks up to see a mountain of falling stone coming straight for his head. Beside the river of fire, rubble piles high. The massive creature meant to be our hero's new vessel is now buried under tons of rock. But then, something stirs beneath the debris. Something is still alive under all that heavy stone. Vale emerges, dragging himself out of the wreckage. He scans the area before walking calmly toward a specific pile of fallen rock. Reaching out, he uses his magic to shift the massive stones, slowly pulling our hero out from the dark grave below. He tells the boy that his own strength was enough to escape. He is simply underestimating the massive power within him. 𝒂𝒔 reaches for the iron collar around his neck, straining every muscle to tear the cursed thing off for good. He shatters the iron with his bare hands and glares. He finally calls the man out as his own biological father. Vale acts disappointed. It took this long for him to realize. He knew the truth from the very first moment they met. But he insists he is not trying to force any family bonds or pressure him. You saw that too, right? He claims that despite sharing the same blood, they have always been completely different people. He even asks if he sounds too heartless. Our hero agrees. To him, Vale is just another demon from the pit. He feels absolutely nothing for the man who sired him. A heavy silence falls between the father and his long-lost son. Vale waits until the boy admits he expected this meeting, just not so soon. Vale simply replies that it is good to see his son growing. He notes that everyone rants about true evil or their own warped sense of freedom. They just want him to pick a side, but he should ignore them. He wants the boy to find the freedom worthy of a hybrid and live a good life. Being the son of the great Archduke Vale should not be the thing that defines his entire life. Still, as a father, he wonders if he should at least grant his son one single parting wish. 𝒂𝒔 admits he expected a cold-blooded monster. This is strange. Vale just wants to act like a father for once. The boy asks if any wish is possible. Vale promises that if it is within his power, he will make it happen. Our hero reveals his wish. He wants the demon lord to sit for a job interview, leaving Vale completely stunned and confused. The boy explains they might never meet again after this day. This is his only chance. If he really wants to be a father, then he should help him secure his future career. Suddenly, glowing angelic wings appear as a familiar voice calls out to him. Hannah arrives, worried she is too late, but 𝒂𝒔 says she is right on time. He asks if she brought a recording device. He tells her to record the scene, pointing at his father while Vale looks on in disbelief. Hannah stands nearby, feeling the intense pressure of the moment. Now the three of them prepare for an interview in the depths of the pit. Vale starts by saying that goodness is often overrated. He claims those holy types are just extremists who love rules and punishing anyone who dares to be different. Feeling awkward, he asks if this is allowed. 𝒂𝒔 tells him to just skip the part where he slanders heaven. Trust me, you and I just witnessed the weirdest job interview in history. Let's dive into this. Our demon lord claims that while light forces obedience, darkness is the exact opposite. Darkness respects true freedom and courage, allowing one to find their own path and personal truth without judgment. Light wants control just to keep the peace, but Malachar is clearly disgusted, calling that version of peace a total lie and pure hypocrisy. Alaric tells him to stop right there. He shouldn't just blindly criticize the path of light. He only wants Malachar's views on darkness. Scratching his head, the demon lord finally agrees. He explains that while darkness brings chaos and conflict, those struggles are what actually trigger real self-growth. Evil provides the forge for one to grow, while leading them toward deep self-knowledge. Alaric says, "Cut!" Looking at his magic mirror, he calls it a success, while Cedric wonders if it actually looked right. The angel confirms that the magical recording was perfect. Malachar asks if he's truly satisfied, offering a grand wish like destroying an enemy or a kingdom, but Alaric says he is perfectly fine with this. The demon looks completely lost. Malachar is shocked that a hybrid with such insane power only wants simple happiness, suggesting he should just hand all that power over. He asks if there's truly nothing else he can do. Our hero stands up, looking his father dead in the eyes. He explains he grew up happy without Malachar's help, and just wants his father to live his own life now. The Lord of the Abyss falls silent before smiling, promising a special gift from the gods as a bonus. Now watch this. With one arm, Malachar sweeps them all up to send them back to the human world. Shocked, Alaric realizes he can move them so easily despite the crushing gravity of the abyss. He finally understands the true power of this realm. Could that power let someone escape this place? Malachar explains he stays here because he loves the place, not because he's trapped behind these dark walls. Smiling, Alaric says he lives his way for the same reason. His father nods, finally understanding his son's heart. With a final wave, he says, "Farewell, my son." He mentions the guardian angel nearby, admitting that in the past, he would have ended her life the second she appeared. But since she's close to Alaric, he'll send her back too, hoping she'll always protect him and stay by his side. Seraphina blushes, confirming she is his guardian, but privately thinking she stays because she is actually in love with him. In an instant, she vanishes, leaving the demon lord questioning exactly what she meant by those words. Annoyed, Alara says that girl just shamelessly confessed her feelings. Malachar admits he liked her spirit and will send her back too. With another wave of his hand, he makes the girl disappear. Turning to the knight, he says he admires his physique and would love to use him as decor for his chambers. The man breaks down in tears, begging for mercy after seeing both heaven and hell, promising he will be good for the rest of his life. He sends him back too, hoping he'll protect his son and perhaps send a worthy soul down here to the abyss one day soon. Does it look like he's actually getting a little bored now? A legion of demons arrives, asking their commander what happened after seeing the absolute mess left behind. But Malachar says it was nothing. He claims the generals fought and broke their physical forms, which happens quite often anyway. Nearby, on a pile of stones by the lava, lie the broken remains of the vessel intended for young Alaric. Suddenly, his eye glows. It's clear the demon lord is lying just to protect his own son. From that dark place, he shouts for Death, asking where she went. She finally answers, saying she was in a rush and could only fix one hand. He suggests a plan. They should fuse together until their vessels are recovered. Death says she really hopes this won't last for too long. The demon asks if she enjoys being joined like this, but Death gives a very firm no. Back in the human world, everyone is safe. Alaric tells Seraphina he needs her help to reach the celestial kingdom again. The angel promises to do anything for him. Suddenly, the two of them rocket upward at an incredible speed. Excitedly, she notes his flight skills have improved. He admits he learned a few things while in the abyss. "Trust me, you and I are about to see him enter those golden gates." He asks the statues for an interview. They realize it's the hybrid who returned and ask what he wants now. Alaric says he's here to settle the debt they owe. Stick with me, Alistair is about to show these gods zero respect. He wants their views on faith, but they demand he just bow down. He asks if he can punch them, but Alina explains their true bodies are far away, using these statues as proxies. Stepping closer, he offers a fake apology for shattering that first holy statue. He mocks the stone's quality, but the councilman snaps back that it is the first granite of Avalon, the strongest rock ever created. Then he looks at the remaining statue and asks if it will be friendlier, making the stone construct visibly shake with fear. A council member shrieks, calling him a filthy human. How dare a mortal threaten the authority of the high sanctuary itself? It screams for divine retribution, summoning a blinding beam of energy known as the solstice flare to strike him down. It commands him to suffer the agony of the sun's core. Now pay attention, because Alistair's reaction to this world-ending beam is just legendary. He sarcastically asks if they forgot to bring his sunscreen today. Alina actually pulls out some ointment and asks if he needs it, and Julian just casually says yes. The beam hits him right in the face, but he does not even blink, leaving the council confused why he is not burning. While Alina rubs the cream on his face, he asks if he can finally smash the thing, and she says sure. She watches him go, wondering what is happening and feeling more like a beast tamer than a knight right now. Ignoring the divine fire completely, our hero launches himself straight at the arrogant statue. The council statue panics as Alistair winds up a massive punch, leaving the holy construct crying out in terror. As he shatters the structure emitting the beam, the statue suddenly begs for mercy, claiming it is actually just made of soft clay. He admits he just wanted to hit something, while the council screams for its life, begging him to stop. Julian asks if he is serious while humming a tune, ignoring the noise and wondering if this will be a big hit in the underworld. The boy realizes that he might be the real monster here. Annoyed, Serafina asks if they are best friends now, noting that since they joined the same squad, they have gotten too close. Lord Oswald says it was a narrow escape, and they are lucky to pass, while Myra asks if he finally showed up. You and I saw this coming. Alistair mocked the sanctuary and shattered their wailing wall in an epic clash. Myra notes that after such an insult, the elders will not stop until he is dead, and Avalon is likely in chaos. Alina admits she did not expect to find him there, asking if he is Prince Arthur or Adrian. The boy notes she stopped being formal, and she says they are companions now. He admits he loves a chaotic life, and she just sighs. He reveals he is Prince Russell, and that he and his brother have called a temporary truce. Myra asks if he spotted Malachor nearby, but the hero starts stuttering and tries to avoid giving a straight answer. Drawing her blade for a fight, the Archangel says his nervous acting proves that he definitely crossed paths with the fallen king. She warns that seeing Malachor in the abyss is a terrible sign, because he must be plotting something dark. Suddenly, the instructor calls them both. He praises their perfect scores, but warns them that if they start any more fights, he will personally fail them both. He notes that Myra drew her sword during the lecture, which is strictly banned, and tells her to lock it away. Meanwhile, deep in the underworld, Lord Balthazar sits alone, staring out over a vast ocean of burning lava. He looks lost in thought. After all, there should be nothing worth fishing for in a valley of fire. Balthazar says that occasionally there are things like him worth catching, and Malachor replies that is only because he took the bait. He asks what the fallen king wants, escaping the abyss only to return alone, and Malachor asks if he still has his power. The Lord reminds him it was a fair bargain, and that he will only return his strength once Malachor provides an equal source of power. Then the young man asks how the secret meeting with his son actually went. Balthazar snaps that he warned him not to touch his family, but Malachor says this is not just about family ties. He insists that Balthazar must have seen the hybrid's true potential. He claims he brought that power to him, and that they still do not know how massive that strength will grow. The Lord gets visibly angry. He grabs his weapon and strikes at the fallen angel, furious that he would use his own son as a hostage. Hurling the blade at Malachar, he yells at him for making threats. Smiling, he says it is a bargain, because the Lord will get his son and he will get his old power back. He calls it a reasonable deal, but Balthazar says he sent his son to the surface for safety and asks if he should drag him back. Stick with me, this gets wild. Malachar says he will be the one to do the dirty work. Lord Balthazar is relentless, lunging once more with that cursed weapon. The fallen knight is doomed, as Balthazar watches him sink back into the lake of fire. He gazes down with a look of pure, cold superiority. Stick with me. Lucius appears now, promising a clever plan to bring the prince back to his throne while he fishes in peace. He offers a trade, the boy's power for a life of eternal peace with his family for the rest of time. Suddenly, the earth surges upward, binding the fallen knight in stone. Balthazar exerts his will, wondering if there is any way to finish this without payment. Lucius counters that this magic is the only way to awaken his son's dormant soul. He demands 50% of the power promised later as a down payment for the right. Pay attention here. Back in the mortal realm, Gawain rushes into Sir Henry's room, frantic to see if his friend is finally awake. He leans over the unconscious knight's bed. A nurse warns the healer that the brute is back, trying to rouse the man who is heavily sedated. Gawain gasps, claiming he just witnessed something beyond belief a moment ago. He dreamed of walking through the gates of both heaven and hell. Now he knows the light is better than the dark, and he seeks a path of true enlightenment. No more dirty work. From now on, they will live honest lives of honor starting right now. He grabs the messenger stone to donate his lands, naming Sir Hugh as the generous benefactor. Right at that moment, the man finally wakes from his sleep. Gawain is still shouting about the gold when he realizes Sir Hugh is actually awake and listening. Henry smiles weakly, asking why his name is being used for charity like this. It's 1,200 gold pieces, a grand deed for the sake of his soul. Suddenly, Henry winces in pain, and Gawain cries out for his friend in terror. He just woke up. Why is he slipping back into the darkness so soon? Back at the Royal Academy. Let's pause. Arthur is staring out at the clouds when Helena asks what's on his mind after such a long time of peace. He wonders how long this fragile, peaceful time can actually last. She tells him to trust his guardian angel, promising to stay by his side through every happy and sad moment. Lady Yvette interrupts, asking if this touching confession means she should step aside and leave them alone. The angel panics, trying to explain it's all just a big misunderstanding between them. Lady Yvette just laughs it off. She asks Arthur if he truly believes this girl is some holy messenger sent from above. She's just a clever fox playing a part to seduce him and steal his heart. Arthur defends her, saying Helena only wants to help, even if she's not much help at all. Arthur is brutally honest, leaving her blushing as the scene shifts to the village shop where she asks for fine tobacco. The clerk refuses to sell the strong leaf to a student. Inside, Helena is desperately drowning her sorrows in jug after jug of water until she's completely full. This is all too much. Maybe she should just give up. She breaks down crying, thinking they look perfect together even if she has to break them apart. She weeps, feeling shy and totally defeated by her own thoughts. She was there first, and now her love has been snatched away by another. Malphaz the demon appears, drawn by the scent of her crushing human sorrow. He feeds on the bitter nectar of jealousy and dark human rage. She reeks of negative energy, and he's absolutely loving every second of it. She asks to trade a piece of her soul for one dark wish from a demon. Trust me, you and I know that humans are always truly fascinating. Stick with me, you're about to see a deal that would make the devil shiver. Malphaz finds ordinary souls boring. Alois admits she has many. He wonders why she keeps such macabre sights, and she explains her taste has always been unique. He muses that if she had been born in an earlier era, she definitely had the spark to be a powerful witch, but she only cares about winning Julian's heart. Malphaz declares the dark contract sealed, promising he can make her show Seraphina the true depth of her hatred. But before that, he will merge a shard of his ancient power directly into her. As the shadows enter her, Alois screams that the sensation is agonizing. As the shadows spread through her body, she continues to suffer. The demon calls this his pride, and a magnificent, cursed blade appears as her new weapon. Finally, she looks almost thrilled as she gazes upon the wicked steel. Back at the Royal Academy, Julian and Seraphina walk together, while a jealous Alois snaps at them to stop acting like lovers. Julian spots her nearby, but she declares she can't just stand there watching anymore. With speed beyond any mortal, she moves like a blur. She strikes Julian with a sudden, piercing thrust aimed straight for his heart. Seraphina doesn't even have time to react. Alois tells him he has two simple choices. He must say yes or no to taking her to the upcoming palace ball. But either way, no matter what he chooses, the final result will be the same. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, grabs Alois by the face, and tosses her aside like she is absolutely nothing. Seraphina demands to know when Alois got so bold, and how she dares try to steal his heart while standing right beside her. She asks Julian if he is unharmed, apologizing for failing to protect him, but he insists he is fine and felt no pain. Now pay attention, because something strange is stirring in his chest. Seraphina gasps, praying that this isn't what she thinks it is. But Alois interrupts, claiming there are some things the angel's light simply cannot protect against. She explains this blade drains any man's strength, but acts as a lethal poison to women. Now that the venom flows through her veins, guarding Julian will be an impossible task. Seraphina asks if she expects her to just give up. Alois adds that furthermore, if this continues, he will eventually fall for her charms, and Seraphina will succumb to the deadly demonic poison. Terrified, the angel orders her to stay away from Julian. Smirking, Alois says she can only make one choice. Leveling the blade at the angel, she dares her to accept a duel to the death. As Seraphina hesitates, Alois tells her to save herself and walk away. It is a brutal choice, and the poison is already starting to take hold. The duel rages on, while our hero clutches his chest in agony. Seraphina watches him with dread, while Julian says he feels bizarre, like he is soft and annoyed all at once. He can't even describe the sensation. I know what you're thinking. Is he having a heart attack? The angel wonders if his human side is making him vulnerable. Alois declares that he is already hers, so there is no point in Seraphina acting like his holy guardian anymore. But Seraphina snaps back, saying he wasn't truly taken. She vows that it is only a matter of time before she wins him back. Suddenly, the poison surges. Alois mocks her, saying it looks like the angel needs a little more time to recover her strength. 𝒊𝒂 speaks through the cursed blade, urging her forward, and she charges toward the angel with murderous intent. Alois strikes again. Suddenly, 𝒂𝒊𝒏 appears, blocking the blow with her sword. She sensed a great injustice nearby, but never expected to see such a chaotic and violent scene. Horrified, she declares that she will never allow such villainy to occur while she is on watch. Alois complains that the archangel is usually so distant, arguing this is a private matter, and she has no right to step in. But 𝒂𝒊𝒏 knows 𝒊𝒂 is behind this. She calls out the demon, knowing he is the one who pushed the girl into this. He asks why it matters. Isn't this entertaining? Even without his help, she would have never stopped chasing the boy. This battle was inevitable. Clutching his chest, Julian realizes his heartbeat is spiraling out of control as he gasps for air. His pulse is racing now. 𝒂𝒊𝒏 asks if it was really necessary to put Julian in such a state. She argues this shouldn't happen, especially since he is the hybrid. But the demon says that regardless of his true identity, the girl's hunger for him is far too powerful to stop, even if it started as a simple moment of pure emotion. Alois claims that Julian is also being pulled toward her. It is like iron drawn to a magnet, a force that is simply irresistible. 𝒂𝒊𝒏 argues that this duel is fundamentally unfair, unless the angel is willing to fight despite her current, deadly disadvantage. Seraphina accepts immediately. She doesn't care about fair play because protecting Julian has always been her one and only duty. And that's where we leave it, trust me. This war for Julian's heart is only just beginning. Very well. All right, you and I are about to see a duel where the loser must walk away from Lord Arthur forever. The Archangel asks Beatrice if she accepts, and the girl smiles eerily, saying they can begin immediately. Next, she turns to Guinevere, who simply takes a deep, irritated breath before finally responding. She accepts the challenge, and the Archangel cheers that this is exactly the warrior spirit she wanted. Loving the chaos, Beatrice shouts to end the wait and charges straight at her opponent. Pay attention here. Guinevere channels her celestial energy and dodges the demon's strike with perfect, precise grace. Beatrice is stunned to see celestial power, admitting she thought the knight was completely unarmed. Guinevere mocks her, asking if she truly expected a warrior to enter a battlefield without a blade. But suddenly, she feels a sting. Looking at her arm, she realizes the poison is spreading faster now. She worries that if she is suffering, then Lord Arthur is surely facing the same fate. Lord Arthur feels his soul stirring, as the warm affection he held for her begins to turn pink with passion, unlike anything he has ever known. I know what you're thinking. The longer this lasts, the more dangerous it becomes for our hero. Suddenly, Beatrice strikes again, telling her not to worry because she has no intention of wasting time. As the knight defends herself, the demon girl vows to win no matter what, even if Guinevere tries to let time pass. Guinevere stands firm, declaring she will protect Lord Arthur at any cost. Lady Beatrice says that hearing such devotion only makes her hunger for victory even more. She vows to win this fight and erase her, launching a brutal series of strikes against the defending knight. Duke Magnus warns them both to keep the duel honorable and avoid any unnecessary provocations. Guinevere shouts that the demon Malachor is manipulating Beatrice's rage, using her emotions as a puppet. Lady Beatrice snaps back that this is her own will, while Malachor's voice echoes in dark agreement. He's just giving her a little push. Beatrice tells her to stay away from Lord Arthur so she can stop the attack, but the guardian knight refuses to yield. And there it is. You and I must watch as they settle this through a duel to the death. Commander Julian barks at them to cut the chatter and focus on the duel. Stick with me. You are watching Sir Alaric collapse in pain as a dark shadow looms over him, mocking his fall. Lord Malachor appears, asking if a simple heart attack is really his only weakness. Alaric groans that he would prefer a real fight over this strange, agonizing sensation he cannot even explain. The Dark Lord warns that the agony will only intensify, admitting he is quite curious to see just how much the knight can truly endure while watching the duel from afar. Suddenly, he raises his hands, wondering aloud how they would feel if he toyed with the fabric of time. Now watch this. With a snap, he turns day into night and back again in a heartbeat. Absolutely wild. Lord Alastair wonders if they fought through the night, just as a mysterious woman arrives at the academy gates. She looks satisfied, finally finding her destination. A stunning dark-haired beauty with a gaze that could kill. Alaric pulls himself up but clutches his chest once more, clearly losing the battle against this internal torment. Malachor grins, noticing the knight's visible struggle, certain the reaction he wanted is finally happening. The ladies turn in shock as we shift to the academy, where a girl named Lady Beatrice introduces herself as the newest transfer student and a world-famous idol. She playfully asks if any members of her secret fan club, the Succubus, are nearby. I know what you are thinking, and yes, the crowd screams for the Succubus to take their souls. Beatrice beams with joy, thrilled to see so many devoted followers gathered here in the academy halls. The students erupt in cheers, shouting their love for Lady Beatrice. Even the teacher is caught up in the madness, waving a glow stick like a common fan. He immediately stops, admitting he got a bit too carried away. Trying to stay professional, the master orders everyone to settle down for the lesson as the new lady strolls through. Suddenly, a fan shouts out, and Alaric appears in full costume, desperately begging her to choose him and steal his heart away. Lady Alina hopes that is not actually Alaric, while Lady Isabel sighs that men are all the same. Duke Sterling notes that for a succubus to thrive this easily among mortals, she must be truly exceptional. So what do you and I take from this? Commander Julian mentions the shift in duty, but clearly, even high lords cannot resist a mysterious new beauty. Stick with me, the Archangel asks if rumors reached the high heavens, noting that Sir Julian remains exactly as he is now. Then someone slams the heavy desk. All right, stick with me because Henrietta is fuming. She claims her plot to give Julian a heart attack was wasted, and she got poisoned as well. Guinevere bellows for a restorative elixir, demanding the heart-stopping curse on Julian be lifted right this instant. The demon argues that wasting their first successful strike is foolish, but he relents, withdrawing the dark mist from our hero, leaving the poor guy completely dazed and lost. But suddenly, Julian shouts that this succubus is the best. Guinevere wonders why he's still obsessed after the spell broke, while Henrietta notes he looks more fired up than ever before. Back in the academy halls, even the Grand Master is busy taking portraits with the beautiful new enchantress. He shyly thanks her for visiting their noble school, and the girl just gives a playful, modest reply. But then he barks at the other students to wait until after lessons, leaving Julian absolutely fuming. The girl asks if he's Julian, and blushing hard, he wonders how she knows his name. She just giggles that it is simply because it is always Julian. She says she's thrilled to be in his class, while the boy insists the pleasure is all his. Now watch this. She notices the other students staring and asks Julian to give her a private tour of the grounds. She whispers that it should be just the two of them, and Julian eagerly offers to show her everything, even the deep dungeons. Startled, the girl asks if the academy keeps a prison beneath the floors. He claims he's just jesting, making the poor girl blush as she admits she thought he was actually serious. The girls realize their past battles will be pointless if they don't act, so they draw weapons to purge the angel's influence. Arabella looks totally lost, while Guinevere calls out to Michael for help. She suggests a temporary truce in her war with Henrietta. Her only goal is Julian, so she never meant to hurt her rival. Henrietta smiles, looking satisfied. Meanwhile, across the castle, our boy says the training arena is just a room full of sweat. The mysterious girl simply nods, saying she understands. She complains it's getting hot and that she's starting to perspire. Julian offers to cast a cooling spell, but she refuses. She says sweating is natural when things get heated and asks if he's feeling the warmth too. Julian stammers, unable to form a sentence. She asks if he'll teach her a game with that ball while they practice. Lord Malphaz watches, thinking it won't be easy to break a hybrid with just physical force. But trust me, targeting the heart is the perfect way to rot someone's power and drag them straight down to the dark abyss. The fallen prince spots three figures approaching and realizes that trouble is finally coming his way. Michael pauses, certain she's caught a familiar scent, his scent lingering in the air. Suddenly, a voice screams from inside the arena, warning her not to be so reckless. She admits she tripped and fell, leaving Julian red-faced as the girls burst in and stand there in total shock. Henrietta screams a foul insult at the girl, while Guinevere realizes Henrietta is finally losing her mind. But even if the succubus runs, it's too late. Guinevere can already hear Julian's heart racing from across the room. Henrietta snaps that she can't hear a thing, but the girl asks if she can't feel the vibrations shaking the very floor beneath them. She's convinced Julian is truly falling for her, while Henrietta screams in total disbelief. They both stare at the pair on the floor, and the holy knight Michael asks if this is really happening. Michael questions if Julian's love is actually sincere. Meanwhile, our hero stammers, asking the girl to give him some space. She whispers that she can feel his heat, saying that when they're this close, things start to get intense. She adds that soon he'll hear nothing but his own breathing, and she's going to make his heart beat even faster. Julian definitely feels it happening now. The girl looks shocked, saying his heart might actually explode, but she tells him not to worry. She isn't letting go. He feels trapped as his soul is slowly drained, unable to escape this strange and intoxicating power. Suddenly, Guinevere spots something, a glowing red heart amidst the swirling energy of Julian's raw emotions. Henrietta gasps that it's huge, refusing to believe Julian would fall for such a simple seduction spell. Standing in the center of the court, the woman tells him he's obsessed, in love, and completely trapped. She's finally got him, and our hero lies there on the ground, totally defeated. You and I need to see who's watching. Lord Alaric smirks, praising the shadow enchantress. Just a few more seconds, and the half-blood will be completely broken. Look, you and I are jumping right into the chaos, as Lady Michaela screams Alaric's name and hurls her holy scepter. He barely sidesteps the blast, growling her name. Meanwhile, that glowing spirit ember hangs there as the two ladies stare it down. Suddenly, they share a look, thinking the exact same thing. Both lunge straight for that massive ball of magical energy. Desperate, they reach out to seize the core, shouting their intentions at the top of their lungs. The truce is over. As the noble rivals close in, the shadow enchantress spots their move instantly. With a blur of speed, she rockets into the air, blocking their path and refusing to let them pass. Gwendolen snarls for her to move, her fist glowing with pure, divine celestial power. Caught completely off guard, the enchantress can only watch as Gwendolen's fist slams right into her jaw. She's sent spiraling into the dirt, disappearing within a massive cloud of rising dust. Gwendolen worries about her own aggression, while Isolde finally reaches up and grabs Julian's glowing spirit core. But pay attention here. Something sharp whistles through the air right toward her. It pierces the core like a bolt. Lilith snags it with her tail, knocking the noble girl aside. She asks what is wrong with them, telling them they are far too reckless for their own good. She laughs, saying they will only find bitter defeat because the half-blood's heart belongs solely to her. From the smoke, Isolde screams, demanding to know how she dares to claim his soul as her own. Pure rage drives her out of the haze, shouting that Julian's spirit belongs to her and no one else. Gwendolen yells from the flank that his heart is not a prize. She will defend it at any cost. You and I see the chaos rising as they charge, but Julian finally wakes up and asks what they are even fighting about. Meanwhile, Lady Michaela looks on in shock. She steps forward, calling out his name with concern. She tells him many want his power, but only one truly loves him. Julian starts feeling pretty anxious. Back at the Royal Academy, Michaela crashes through a window in a shower of broken glass. Alaric smirks, noting it has been a while. He asks why she is so obsessed with hunting him down. Michaela calls him a shameless coward for showing his face after everything he has done. She asks if he is finally done running away. Alaric just gives her a cold, mysterious smile. He admits she would chase him to the ends of the earth anyway, so running is pointless. He suggests ending this game here. She asks if that means they are finally settling this once and for all. He says he must protect his own version of truth, especially since he has already tasted her power. Michaela glances aside as her holy spear begins to radiate an incredibly intense, vibrating energy. She asks how he dares speak of justice while standing before its true, living embodiment. She prepares to strike, saying he could not handle real justice, then slams a fist into his face. But he catches the blow effortlessly. Michaela is stunned. Why has he not turned to ash yet? With a wild, wicked grin, Alaric says he's going to show her what evil's justice looks like. He pulls her close and strikes her stomach, saying that strength is the only argument that matters. He hits her again, sending her soaring. Julian watches, completely confused about his own heart. He realizes that is his spirit core. He wonders if their affection was just a lie used without permission. He figures Michaela and Alaric have finally clashed outside the academy, and it is a total bloodbath. He is torn. Should he reclaim his soul or try to stop the two legends from killing each other? Paralyzed by the weight of the choice, he asks himself what he is supposed to do now. Reaching for the core, Lilith reminds him it belongs to her, then offers to tell him a secret. She explains that is not his physical heart. It is just a magical manifestation of his deepest desires. She mocks the others, saying they only wanted it so he would be forced to love them back. She tells them they can keep it. She has already won. Julian already feels something for her. The noble rivals race off to compete, while the enchantress just laughs sarcastically at the sight. So what do you and I take from this? When an angel and a mage fight over one soul, everyone wants a piece. All right, stick with me because this fantasy drama just hit a whole new level of crazy. Lilith stabs her tail into the core and declares she is keeping it. Absolutely furious, the two noble ladies demand to know if the demon is joking. Isolde summons her blade again, charging the succubus who deflects every single strike with her demonic tail. She mocks Isolde for using the blade of 𝒂, but Isolde shouts that she has her own strength. Leaping forward, Isolde lands a brutal kick to the demon's face and screams for Alara to help. The angel Alara hates violence, but for her knight Arthur, she is willing to do whatever it takes. Using her holy light, she summons a massive celestial shield. The succubus looks up as the divine barrier appears above her, and suddenly it crashes down, pinning her under its immense heavenly weight. Straining against the pressure, Lilith uses her tail to start cracking the holy barrier. With a massive bang, she shatters it into 1,000 shards, mocking the angel for an attack that was flashy but felt much lighter than she expected. The heart is finally hers. She sighs with pleasure, pressing the pulsing artifact against her own chest. Now watch this part closely. Arthur finally snaps back and yells for her to stop right now. With eyes full of rage, he warns her never to touch what belongs to him again. Shaken, Lilith realizes she did not even sense him approaching. It must be his unique hybrid bloodline at work. Arthur marches forward, clutching his heart under his arm while Isolde watches him pass with wide, stunned eyes. Deciding she cannot lose now, Isolde lunges forward and snatches the heart right out of his grip. She claims someone had to take it, leaving our hero frustrated and desperate for his own core. Clinging tightly to him, she vows he will be hers forever, and if she cannot win his love, she will just steal him away. Arthur tries to argue for a second, but she has already vanished into thin air. He is left wondering why he cannot even keep his own heart. It is just not fair. Back at the training grounds, Alara approaches our broken knight, clearly feeling the weight of his deep sorrow. He stands there in silent thought, his face hardening as he realizes that nothing is going right. Everything has spiraled since he learned the truth. Visions of the past keep flashing through his mind like a nightmare. He sees memories of his family in battle against those terrifying giant worms of the abyss. From fighting death itself to these two ladies literally fighting over his heart, he has just had enough of the chaos. None of this was his choice. He feels like a puppet in a world that does not care. You and I know how it goes. Life never plays out like we expect, and fighting it only hurts more. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. He looks back, certain that the fallen Lord Malachor is speaking. Alara awkwardly assumes Arthur is getting angry again. She nervously asks if he is mad and explains that she was honestly just trying to retrieve his stolen heart for him. But he is focused on the fact that Malachor can still project his voice, even during a fierce battle. Outside the walls, Saint Seraphina strikes the earth, glaring at Malachor, who mocks her for being nothing without her justice. She snaps back, criticizing him for losing focus during a life-or-death duel. She prepares to pass final judgment, but Malachor casually claims he was just giving a friend some much-needed advice. The fallen one laughs, saying the embodiment of justice was just waiting for a chance to ambush him. He calls it a shame before unleashing an absurdly powerful wave of dark energy that completely engulfs her. Back inside, Isolde walks away with the prize. She looks quite pleased with her successful little theft today. But the succubus reappears, demanding she return the heart because it is far too worn out to keep. Determined, Isolde screams that the heart is hers now and she is never, ever giving it back. It belongs to her, and she will do whatever she wants with it from this point. It was a truly beautiful day, and raising the heart toward the sky, she vows she will not let anyone take it away. Nearby, a massive cloud of dust and smoke begins to rise. Suddenly, a blinding celestial light pierces the haze, as Seraphina launches her spear of justice at the fallen one. Malachar is caught slightly off guard, but he simply raises a finger, looking completely bored by the divine assault. With just a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly redirects the trajectory of the archangel's spear. Nearby, Isolde is still blushing over her prize when she realizes something is going horribly wrong. Without warning, the deflected spear slams directly into the heart she was holding so tightly. Sitting in the dirt, she stares in shock as Alara tells her there is no way to fix it now. And that is where we leave it. Malachar reaches out and pulls the very concept of justice into his hand. All right, you and I are about to see just how ruthless Lucifer can be when he grips Michaela's sacred blade. With Michaela watching in horror, he declares that power is justice, then effortlessly snaps the holy weapon into 2 jagged pieces. He tosses the scraps aside like trash, promising to teach the proud archangel the true meaning of absolute despair. Smiling, he says this trauma might actually be her greatest motivation. As Lucifer starts to fade away, the archangel is left shattered on the ground, mourning her broken relic. Gazing out from above, he reflects that power is the only true justice for his friend, Julian. Only absolute strength allows a man to fulfill his desires, and he's determined to plant that dark seed within the boy. Now watch this. That wicked thought takes root in Julian's mind as Lucifer burrows it deep into his soul. Hannah cries out, warning him that this is the devil's final trap and to never let himself be corrupted. The angel stands tall, swearing to protect Julian regardless of Lucifer's might, but the fallen one just tells her not to misunderstand. He explains that his dark seed needs time to bloom, and that in the meantime, she has other problems. Why not tend to that broken angel over there? Her spirit seems completely crushed after what just happened to her blade. Michaela remains on the floor, paralyzed by disbelief. She can't accept that the concept of justice was just snapped in 2. Let's pause here. Lucifer fades out, promising they'll meet again once Julian's newfound ambition finally reaches its breaking point. A worried Hannah asks if he's all right, but Julian only whispers about his own free will. Lady Yvain is furious, complaining that the chaos ruined her chance to finally claim Julian's heart for her own selfish desires. But 𝒊𝒏𝒂 tells her that if she truly wants him, she should just speak to him directly. He mentions winning a psychological battle, then explains that the world returned to normal because the possession had a time limit. The succubus sighs, admitting that while she failed to steal his heart today, she tells him not to forget that she still conquered his body. The heart doesn't matter to her because she knows for a fact that Julian's form is naturally attracted to her charms. Hannah swears she won't forgive the girl if she dares touch him again. Lady Yvain scoffs, telling her to stop being so overprotective and asks if she wants to know Julian's true feelings. She promises to use no magic at all, letting Julian's natural instincts decide which of them he truly wants. The angel looks at our hero with deep concern, while he stands there in heavy silence. He broods for a few moments, then turns to the camera and says the video ends here. So what do you and I think? Hit that bell to see what happens next on 𝒊𝒏's channel.